Direi che anzitutto do la parola alla nostra direttrice di dipartimento, la professoressa Seminario.
Grazie, buon pomeriggio, benvenuti a tutti e tutti. È un grande piacere per me essere qui e poter organizzare questo evento che quando mi parlo in Italia, parlo italiano. Dicevo, è un grande piacere, è un evento questo che ritengo di grandissima importanza per il nostro dipartimento. E noi come dipartimento mi preme da precisare che abbiamo questa iniziativa così come tutte le altre iniziative che sono state previste in questa settimana e alcune sono già svolte nell'anno scorso e continueranno fino a sabato prossimo. Ecco, sono iniziative che noi come dipartimento abbiamo promosso nell'ambito di un finanziamento che abbiamo dato come dipartimento per l'organizzazione di eventi public engagement per quest'anno. Quindi è una delle iniziative che noi abbiamo sostenuto fortemente nell'ambito di questa iniziativa ed è anche un'iniziativa che è coerente con il nostro piano strategico dipartimentale, con gli obiettivi del nostro strategico del nostro dipartimento. E inoltre c'è anche il fatto che noi come Dipartimento di Psicologia abbiamo un corso, un progetto di dipartimenti di eccellenza che è nel 2023 per anni, finanziato dal Ministero dell'Amore, e questo progetto ha per tema proprio la ricerca ma anche gli interventi relativi a come noi psicologi possiamo comprendere il fattore che sulla base anche delle modalità con cui le persone affrontano anche eventi critici, comprendere eventi, situazioni critiche come quelle create anche da conflitti bellici, da questioni economiche e altre crisi che in qualche modo interessano la nostra società in questi tempi, ma anche la messa a punto di strumenti di intervento che cerchino di evitare e sostenere la popolazione ad affrontare queste situazioni. Quindi questa tematica che verrà trattata oggi, questa settimana, è perfettamente in linea con il nostro progetto del Dipartimento di Società, quindi è un'iniziativa che dell'attività di ricerca e di disseminazione, anche di formazione della nostra. Ecco, quindi io tanto concludo il sottosegretario che è molto densa e per piacere di scoprire il più possibile, perché sono molto importanti che abbiamo qui davanti, non mi nominerà la collega, ringrazio gli organizzatori e le organizzatrici che questo dipartimento ha collaborato con il Dipartimento delle Arti, nelle organizzazioni civili, sostenuto anche specialmente questa iniziativa, questa collaborazione, e tutte le altre organizzazioni che in qualche modo hanno collaborato nell'esperienza di questa missione e tutti i relatori dell'amici che oggi ascolteremo. Quindi concludo qui, augurando un buon pomeriggio e sono curiosa di ascoltare we hear and to listen to you and to your contribution as well as the contribution of the other participants of this event. Grazie, grazie a tutti, buona continuazione.
Grazie. Se volete ok, abbiamo una rappresentante del Comune di Bologna e adesso parola.
Grazie, buon pomeriggio a tutte e tutti, mi presento da sola. Mi chiamo Roberta Costi, sono una consigliera del Comune di Bologna e ho l'onore di avere anche su di me la delega del sindaco alla disabilità. Io ho ascoltato molto attentamente la vostra capo di carcamento e avevo già intenzione di ringraziare il Dipartimento di Psicologia e la dottoressa Valletta che mi ha invitato a partecipare appunto a portarvi un saluto, perché disabilità oggi noi la leggiamo fragilità. Una volta disabilità era sinonimo di handicap, parola che non si usa più, come potete sapere per le ultime normative del 2025, si usa disabilità, ma disabilità non è solamente quella onomastica. Disabilità è tutto ciò che durante il corso della vita può portare le persone ad avere elementi di fragilità. Sicuramente anche qui a Bologna, anche nel nostro comune, oggi nelle sue diciamo così, delle fragilità di cui si occupa anche di quelle derivanti da traumi, anche da traumi bellici. Bologna ha accolto negli anni i profughi, quelli che arrivavano dall'Ucraina, peraltro con corridoi umanitari costruiti, di cui facevano parte, tra l'altro, in questi corridoi c'erano interventi anche psicologi di nostri colleghi. Viceversa, ultimamente, vede il conflitto su Gaza, non sta portando a corridoi strutturati e questo non ci permette di fare interventi, diciamo, più coordinati in altre situazioni. Ma tuttavia noi abbiamo qui nella nostra città nuclei familiari, non solo bambini, molti bambini, ma abbiamo circa 200 gazawi che appunto sono venuti qui da noi, che sicuramente rappresentano fragilità molto importanti. Ecco perché il momento di oggi, ma sicuramente tutta la vostra preparazione, tutte le vostre attività, l'ordine degli psicologi deve stare davvero molto vicino alla comunità, molto vicino, più oltre che alla politica, all'amministrazione, perché il vostro è un ruolo determinante, è quello che rende anche il viso umano di una macchina amministrativa che investe persone, competenze, fattori economici, ma ha bisogno anche di un aiuto ad avvicinare persone appunto fragili, non solo disabili, ma fragili, che hanno subito dei traumi che devono essere approcciati nel modo giusto e rispettoso delle loro caratteristiche. Per cui buon lavoro e grazie ancora per affrontare questi problemi a Bologna oggi. Buon lavoro a tutti voi.
Allora, buon pomeriggio a tutte e tutti e tutti. Per me è davvero emozionante essere qui oggi. In particolare perché come ordine da psicologi e di psicologi degli Urbana siamo una comunità di oramai quasi più di 10.000 professionisti di tutto il territorio regionale. Sappiamo, questo ce lo dice il nostro codice deontologico, ma lo sentiamo profondamente anche la responsabilità etica del nostro lavoro. Qual è, in cosa consiste? Noi sappiamo che il nostro lavoro si fonda nel cercare di promuovere, tutelare e difendere la salute delle persone che incontriamo, che possiamo incontrare in diversi contesti del nostro lavoro. Così come abbiamo questa grande responsabilità di non limitarci ad accogliere magari traumi, disastri, o quanto altro può accadere anche nel mondo che c'è lontano vicino. Voglio farlo, come dire, per usare l'immagine, un vaso già rotto e dobbiamo aiutarlo a un nuovo adattamento del mondo. Mentre sempre di più abbiamo una responsabilità etica, psicologica, di poter intervenire sempre prima, prevenzione, promozione della salute e del benessere. E questo abbiamo anche un'ulteriore responsabilità, non solo come comunità professionale, lì in questo caso ci sono tanti studenti, psicologi, psicologhe, ma anche come professionisti, nel caso specifico del genocidio, in cui abbiamo più o meno tutti quanti assistito, di più chi meno, di non rimanere in silenzio, spettatori davanti a un telegiornale, non per dire la nostra, o almeno provare a far sentire anche solo una vicinanza. E quindi come ordine, già da prima di quest'estate, ma non solo, abbiamo espresso sostegno e solidarietà al popolo palestinese, abbiamo cercato di, perché non mobilitare le coscienze, le responsabilità individuali di ognuno di noi rispetto a quello che stava accadendo. Abbiamo sostenuto le azioni della flottiglia, tanti messaggi ma anche proprio per sottolineare l'importanza e del nostro ruolo anche professionale, proprio perché sappiamo, dobbiamo evitare magari di andare a generare continuamente traumi, disabilità, disastri, solitudini, vite spezzate, e invece sappiamo che possiamo intervenire prima, abbiamo un potere individuale, un potere collettivo. E quindi sicuramente tutti questi interrogativi ci hanno portato anche come istituzione, anche che può dire piccolo, a provare a mandare dei messaggi forti. E anche oggi, cose all'interno di questa cornice, per me è assolutamente prezioso e importante, e davvero stavo felice e orgogliosi sia di iniziative che di dipartimenti di psicologia, gruppo di psicologia di comunità, dipartimento non solo si è davvero impegnato, attivato, so che a Francesca, ma non solo con tutto il gruppo, si sono, come dire, hanno reso tutto ciò possibile, quindi veramente un grande caloroso ringraziamento, perché dietro un evento come questo, come quelli di questa settimana, fidatevi che c'è un lavoro inimmaginabile. Quindi veramente un ringraziamento sentito a tutti e sono veramente felice di essere qui oggi, proprio per essere in una posizione anche critico-riflessiva, di poter capire, di poter conoscere meglio, di portarci a casa tutto bene. Cosa posso fare io oggi? Cosa posso io fare oggi e domani come comunità professionale, come comunità accademica, come comunità cittadina, come comunità di cittadinanza spirituale, europea. E quindi davvero un buon lavoro a tutti e ancora un ringraziamento sentito veramente alla grande macchina organizzativa che si è adoperata per rendere possibile un evento così importante come quello di oggi. Grazie.
I would say that now it's to English because we have our international guests with us, and otherwise it's gonna be difficult. And we are all we want to start and have a dialogue today all together. So on my side, I want to welcome everyone, and it's a pleasure and an honor to be here today and to be in conversation with you for this seminar, which is entitled Colonial Violence, Trauma and Reparations, Community Struggles for Life, Care and Dignity. And this is part of a series of initiatives that we have been organizing as a group. With Alia Josin from the Vicino Coloniale, Camilla Ponti from psicologia.per.la.Palestina. There are other members of psicologia.per.la.Palestina there, Stefania, Cecilia, but also with Marik. Raise your hand. Annalisa from the Department of Psychology, Sabaresi, here with us, Vasari from the Department of Arts, Lorenzo Cassani, and Tarek. So it's a big group, and we are very happy and honored to also have several international guests whose presence really honors us, and also national guests who came here from other parts. It's not working. Let's try with this one. No. Okay. Let's start. So throughout this week, we will try to reflect together on the role of care, dignity, and reparations in the context of oppression, as well as, of course, of certain political resistance and liberation in the face of colonial violence and genocide. What does it mean? And it is even impossible in care and reparations in contexts like Gaza, where people are faced on a daily basis with the wholesale destructions of all life-sustaining infrastructures, from hospitals to schools to houses to community places, everything. Yesterday we heard very important speakers talking about the level of destruction faced by the population in Gaza, which affects even the more basic dimensions, such as the possibility of having a toilet, a place to sleep, clean clothes, and water to wash yourself. We have been conversation yesterday evening with renowned journalists such as El Habu and mental health practitioners, Yadera Abuzaner, and we have with us today very important speakers also coming from Palestine, like Dr. Samal Jab, Dr. Zainabi Naomi, who will talk with us about what's going on there on the ground. And as you all know, it is more than 2 years Palestinian people have been dying amid what many international organizations have clearly defined as an ongoing genocide against the state of Israel during its ongoing invasion and bombardment and destruction of the Gaza Strip. And the reasons documented by these values include large-scale killings, the use of starvation as a weapon of war, the destruction of civilian infrastructures, attacks on healthcare workers, and the forced displacement of civilians. Dr. Samarjad and Dr. Zainab Naomi, who we are honored to have with us here today, will talk about this and have shared with us how the use of starvation as a war weapon had effects which span for a very long time and are cross-generational. And over these 2.5 years, almost 3, the Israeli government has systematically pursued the wholesale destruction of the Palestinian health system. And we are here in the psychology department, so we talk and work on health. There are no hospitals like in Gaza, and so many healthcare workers have been killed. But also, the Palestinian educational system has been destroyed. The term scholasticized has been, which was first coined by Palestinian academic Karman Abuzi during the Israeli war in 2009 against Gaza, described the deliberate, systematic, and large-scale destruction of Palestinian educational institutions and infrastructure. Military attacks have repeatedly targeted schools, universities, libraries, then killed and injured thousands of teachers, students, scholars, and displaced hundreds of thousands more. So more than 2.5 years of relentless military assault and man-made humanitarian catastrophe have created conditions in which sustaining an educational process has become impossible. Just to give you a sense of this, according to the Palestinian Ministry of Education, since October 2023, 20,000, more than 20,000 students were killed and more than 30,000 students were injured. More than 90% of schools have been damaged and destroyed. And just to give a sense of these numbers, these figures are always underestimating the effects of this genocide. What is more important is that these are not mere statistics. We're talking about people. We're talking about our colleagues. We're talking about students who are also our colleagues, and our students. And each number carries a name, a story, a family mourning, and so we must remember this. And this, we must mourn every life that has been lost. And these actions, we need to remember, are part of the broader genocidal strategy, which is aimed at erasing the educational and cultural independence of the Palestinian people and obliterating their potential for growth and development. And I'm sure many speakers today will talk about this. And we have seen similar patterns throughout histories. For example, when they witnessed the systematic oppression and genocide of the indigenous populations. And it's important to say that this process didn't start in 2003, but it's part of a long history that started in the 20th century and that has to do with a project of settler colonialism and domination that has been carried out. And these initiatives are trying to remember also the work of Frantz Fanon, who was a psychiatrist, but also anti-colonial fighter, revolutionary fighter. I think remembering this and how colonial violence and repression there can be no reparation and no care until we face colonial violence and oppression. And the only way to heal and to overcome this is through liberation struggles, is to get rid of this violence and this oppression. So I also want to say that so it's very important when we talk about care, talk about reparation, to think about all this, that we cannot talk about these issues without considering and putting at the center the dignity and self-determination of communities and individuals. And I also want to say, and I'm gonna close my intervention, but I think it's very important that if we really want to support the struggles for dignity, for freedom, for self-determination, for justice of people like the Palestinian people who are facing this deadly violence, the only way is to, first of all, to think about the role that us, our governments, Western governments, our institutions, Western institutions are playing in legitimizing and sustaining this genocide and these plans. So I think this is, we need to struggle, but we need to struggle and to be solidarity, also thinking and in what ways what we can do where we are. And there is a lot to do where we are. And this is why also this initiative is also connected to broader efforts within the academic community that are trying to push for creating moment of critical awareness, but also to push institutions, like for instance universities, to reflect deeply about what collaborations and with whom we're having these collaborations, because it's very important if we want to support the efforts of Palestinian people. It's also very important that, for instance, we work to interact collaborations with Israeli institutions which are complicit in this genocide and in this process of colonial domination, apartheid, and ethnic cleansing of the Palestinian people. So there are many actions that are also, initiatives that have been proposed by students, by scholars, some of us are here with us, by groups like Psychology for Palestine, the Colonial Medicine, to push professional organizations, institutions, educational institutions, universities to take concrete action, to steer these collaborations, to boycott, invest from any form of complicity, to also terminate any project and collaborations with entities that support the production of the arms industry and the production of weapons and of resources that are used to pursue these projects. Also to establish really concrete actions to support, for instance, scholarships for people to be able to come here, to continue their studies, to continue their careers, to also support those who are already here. And then we have with us some of the people of Colonia for Gaza who have been done an incredible work. It's a voluntary network of people who are supporting families of people from Gaza who are here in Bologna with us. And without any resource, without any institutional acknowledgement, they have been creating an incredible community who is supporting these families and these people. So it's really an honor, and we have to learn from these communities. So I think without any further ado, I will leave to my friend and colleague Camilla Ponti, who will present Italia. Thank you.
Thank you, Francesca, for everything. Thank you all. And I just say sorry for my accent. So I hope you will understand everything. Yeah, exactly. So, education, learning, and the co-construction of knowledge are relational and transformative processes that shape our worldview and the relationship we build with others. Learning spaces are not and will never be natural places, since knowledge itself has a political foundation. We have seen this over the years, as the fields of mental health, psychology, psychiatry, and academic knowledge have long served a colonial, white supremacist, patriarchal, bureaucratic power, and have been used as tools of control, oppression, and the maintenance of systemic violence. We are used to normalizing oppression, yet there is nothing natural about it. It's entirely human. The border for which we let people die every day do not exist. The supposed superiority of some of us over others does not exist. So why do our profession continue to protect something that does not exist? Something that shields the few who live of this necropolitical power that kills everyone else? I believe that today we are here after more than 2 years of the intensification of the genocide of Palestinian people, also in opposition to institutions that, over this year, have too often chosen a diplomatic silence. But there can be no neutrality during a genocide, nor toward the brutality of confinement and border regimes, nor toward the various forms of racism, both explicit and implicit, that we witness every day. What can exist instead is complicity, which takes of many shapes. Today we are here as professionals, as collectives, as participants, to reaffirm our total rejection of using tools, educational and otherwise, rooted in colonial supremacies and imperialist frameworks. Today, we are here to reaffirm our full support for the liberation struggle of all oppressed peoples and communities, for their voices and claims. Today, we are here to engage in dialogue and to build together practice of care, resistance, and collective decolonial liberation. Often, both in therapy room and in collective space of solidarity, we use practice that deeply infantilizing and victimizing toward the people involved, consciously or unconsciously, aiming at reintegration into capitalist productivity rather than repair and share understanding of lived human experience and trauma. It is essential to distinguish between charity, which involves a form of top-down dependency creating help, and solidarity, which is based on horizontal relationship and promotes and protects the self-determination, autonomy, and agency of the other person. Palestine reminds us of this every day. Palestine does not need us to achieve his liberation. Palestine and Palestinians will free themselves. And thus, when we decide to convert and then free ourselves from our internalized colonial and racist culture, when we will take the responsibility for the atrocity we have been and continue to be complicit in, when will we decide to make educational spaces true place of care? Because violent knowledge is nothing but servant of the power that produces it. And so today we are here to take a step toward the liberation of our spaces, our minds, and our unconscious, both individual and collective. And really thank you to all the people who made this possible. And now we take the word Aya Jazim, and she's a psychiatrist and psychotherapist with formation in ethnopsychiatric and medical anthropology. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and thank you to all the people that participate in this organization, our host. And I will not say much more because I think my colleagues they say very important things. I just introduced a concept that maybe could be interesting, and the concept of coloniality, the coloniality of power. That is what is remaining from our colonial history that has been removed. No one of us is teached in the school that the discovering of America was a colonial, the beginning of a colonial process. So I just introduced this concept. Then I start to introduce our guest. Our first speaker will be Dr. Samakjan. She's a Palestinian psychiatrist, psychotherapist, and writer. She has been the head of the mental health unit of the state of Palestine. She carried clinical educational research work on both collective and individual psychological trauma related to occupational and structural violence. And now she's working also with us within a project for supporting the community from Gaza here in Bologna. With her colleague, the Dr. Zainab Binawi. Sorry, my English colonial language is a bit difficult. So, outcome of the articles, international states and books such as the time of genocide, bearing witness to a year in Palestine. Her work explores the relationship between mental health, human rights, and the self-determination of people, with particular attention to the psychic effect of oppression and loss of land. Her work is inspired by the principles of the liberation psychology, which understands psychological suffering as interwoven with the historical and political condition of oppression, and calls for a form of care rooted in the social and political context. I present also Dr. Zainab Binawi, Palestinian clinical psychologist with supporting children, youth, and communities. She's a trauma specialist and liberation psychologist advocate. Maybe I can let them speak, then introduce the other because
yes, otherwise
this
okay.
Thank you.
Yes. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much for having me again in this university. And thank you for a very generous introduction. Thank you for the organization and the application, Francesca and Camilla. Thank you for opening this place not only as a learning space, but also as a place where people can treat their moral injury.
watching what's happening in Palestine, in Congo, in Sudan, leaves people with existential questions about their profession and the value of what we do in life. And in these places, when we meet, when we think together, when we gather our concerns and try to find solutions together, this can be therapeutic for our moral injuries.
Try to change. Try to use this. Okay, so this is working and it's working.
Okay. I hope you hear me clearly with this one. Is it working? No, not at all. Not working? Maybe working.
Yes.
Very close. I need to hold low. Okay. Okay. So I will try to speak louder. So the topic for today is, I will just share some insights from my work in Palestine. I like to talk about practical things, and I think if we start from practical things, we will understand the theory. The theory is useless if it is only for showing the intellectual capacity, but if it provides solutions for the questions on the ground, this would be more meaningful.
Want me to do this?
I'll stop writing it. So we'll try to speak a little bit about colonial trauma and how it refers to the enduring psychological and social harm caused by colonization, occupation, and structural violence. Palestine as a dramatic example, but this is not limited to Palestine. And then we'll talk about how the mechanisms of colonialism cause damage to Palestinian people. And then what is our role as mental health professionals in the face of this situation? And let me start with my favorite story, Robinson Crusoe. Maybe some of you heard me already speaking about it, but this is a story that is taught to us in schools. I was in elementary school when I learned a simplified version of Robinson Crusoe. It was presented as a story of one English man's adventure and resilience. So this man finds himself in a storm and then on the shore of an island. He thought that the island was empty and he appropriates the island. But one day he finds a footprint and he realizes that there are other people. Then he hears the shouting of these people and he makes the conclusion that these people are savages and cannibals and they were ready to eat one of their own. He uses his pistol, he kills a few and saves one man. It's about saviorism. And he could not understand the language of that man, so he found him on Friday. He calls him Friday without any curiosity about the real name of the man. And then he starts civilizing that man, teaching him English and teaching him the Bible. And this story is being presented to us in Palestine, in Jordan, in India, and many other parts of the world as a story of resilience. Little we know about the perspective of Friday. And when I think of decolonial practice in our field, I think of the story of Friday. What would be the story if we were to ask that man his narrative? It would be a different narrative than the one told by Robinson. And this brings me to an important term, psychological imperialism, which is the assumption that psychological knowledge generated within the world of minorities is universal, generalizable, and superior to what exists within the world of majority. Majority meaning 85% of the world, the global south. The language that is being produced, the terminology, the categorization produced by the ICD, the DSM, we should use them every part in the world, even if this language sounds like the name Friday. It's not developed by us, it is something that was given to us. So when we talk about PTSD in Palestine, is this terminology best describes the experience of an American soldier who serves in Iraq, and then when he goes back to the safety of the United States, he's suffering from hypervigilance and nightmares in conditions of safety. And that is called PTSD. But for people who are living in a situation of intractable trauma, where trauma is the atmosphere, is the environment in their own land, for a person in Gaza living under drones all the time, hypervigilance is necessary. Re-experiencing is in daily life, it's not in his imagination. So why do we apply the term PTSD to our experience? So those are the questions that stem from my practice. But if you go over the history of psychiatry and mental health, we know very well that the mental health is not innocent when it comes, psychiatry and psychology, when it comes to delivering a service, to occupation, to colonization, to racism. There are endless examples in history where mental health professionals provided language that serves the occupation. Look at this image from the archives of general psychiatry in 1974. It associates, it connects between demonstrators for civil rights movement and the advertisement for Haldor. And if we are not critical about the language that is made universal by Western hegemony, we will end up misdiagnosing our own people. If you receive a person who complains of fear of dogs here in Italy, you might quickly think of a phobia, cynophobia, and start thinking of what protocol would work for him. Gradual exposure and prevention for the consequences, gradual exposure and response prevention. But if you know a little bit about the history of that person and his relationship to military dogs, you will think differently. For example, in Haiti, in the 18th, 19th century, where there was a French colonization, they used canines, dogs brought from Cuba, trained on desiring and devouring black skin in order to inhibit the revolution of the Haitian people against the French colonization. In the United States, over the past few years, the majority of the people who are injured by military dogs are black people when they are a minority in the population. So one interpretation is that dogs can understand the attitudes of the owner. And when the owner is a white policeman, they can influence who are the people who will be attacked. We have our share of this story where military dogs are being used frequently in detention centers when people are arrested, but also against kids who are going to school by settlers. And more recently, if you want to search for this topic, the dogs, military dogs, are being trained to sexually harass political detainees. So relationship with dogs can be explained through history. And when we don't do that, we are making one of the wrong assumptions of dominant Western psychology, which is the ahistorical attitude, the ahistorical view of human nature. So we need a historical view in order to better adjust our diagnosis and our intervention. I will not go through this list of the fundamental assumptions in dominant psychology and their inappropriateness to our reality, but maybe for another occasion. But I want to say, let me take you back to this if you're interested. But let me say that much of my conclusions about our reality are inspired by my interaction with the people, my clinical work. And I have always observed how the political intertwines with the personal and the psychological to a great extent in my practice. But over the past 2 years, it became more prominent. And I dare to use a language that is different than the usual language of DSM and ICD to better describe, to do some fairness to the clinical categories that I observe in the clinic. And I want to mention a few. Disordered eating, where we observed young people who are unable to eat or who have changes in their eating habits, not because they have body image problem, but because they are severely affected by weaponized starvation in Gaza. I'm talking about kids from young people from the West Bank and Jerusalem. I observed a category of people suffering from traumatized motherhood, young women who express great concern, guilt, regret about the potential of bringing young, vulnerable beings to this world, given the massive killing of children in Gaza, leaving neonates in incubators without oxygen. So this created reverberation of trauma related to motherhood and the anticipated inability to protect and nurture. Parentified children. This is a strong image that shows this phenomena, but it is very prevalent in Palestine, where we see young kids who have to take the role of the absent father or mother, who are made absent physically because they are killed, or psychologically absent because they are traumatized or in grief. What we learn from Latin American psychologists is that we need to understand the social roots of trauma and provide responses that take into consideration the social conditions and the power structure, not only the attributing the pathology to the personal dysfunction of the individual. And in Palestine, we see many forms of trauma. They can be best captured by the term colonial historical trauma. But this umbrella term, colonial historical trauma, which I will explain, it takes different forms. For example, sensed physically because it affects the tissue of people's brains, children's brains, especially the growing minds. There is also an attack on adolescence, and this is a stage of social formation and identity development. And usually adolescents are attacked, provoked. They cannot control their impulses like adults. And in this sensitive phase, their detention not only interrupts their social and psychological development, but it also impacts the family, who injects the guilt of not being able to protect the child from being detained. And there are many examples that show how everything is designed in detention center to make people become psychotic and become to develop psychological distress. There is the trauma of displacement, which changes the identity of people. It damages, it destroys their purpose in life. It changes their sense of belonging to other people. A home is not a house only. A home is about the relationships and the memories and the sense of security that people have in this world. And this is the kind of everyday aggression that people don't even think about it when there is genocide. In comparison to the massive killing in Gaza, people cannot complain about the suffocating experiences of everyday life. And this is not an exceptional photo. People, when they cross checkpoints, much of their lifetime is being robbed, and the quality of life is being destroyed. And then starvation has special psychological consequences. That's another image of the trauma. And I invite you to look up the Minnesota semi-starvation experience, which shows the impact on volunteering adults who joined an experience for 24 weeks. For 6 weeks, they were in preparation phase, and for 12 weeks, half of their daily calorie intake. And there was an impressive reporting on the damage to their physical health, but also to their psychological health. And people started showing symptoms of irritability. They started behaving in a hostile way to others, and they became obsessed. They lost interest, they lost libido. So the psychological damage was devastating. And for the 6 weeks, they expected that this will be the rehabilitation phase, but it was not. We discovered from that experiment that people took years to be rehabilitated for the psychological effects to be rehabilitated. And other studies show that the impact of starvation affects generations to come, G2 and G3. Humiliation is the most prevalent trauma in Palestine. And this is an experience that touches every Palestinian in every way. And a man who cannot respond to a soldier at a checkpoint when humiliated, he will take it against easier victims in his community. In a spiral way, he will take it on his wife, on his children, because vertical violence will be expressed horizontally. And the negation of all of that, there is also the negation of the historical trauma of the Palestinian people. It's not part of Western academia. Those are the 4 underpinning assumptions that identify historical trauma. And we need to differentiate between historical trauma and colonial trauma. While historical trauma can best describes the Holocaust and slavery, and yes, it describes the history of Palestinian occupation since Balfour Declaration until today, over 1 century, but it is not only historical trauma, it is colonial historical trauma where the wounds are still open. It's not a closed chapter in history like slavery or the Holocaust. So the impact is much wider. And this is how we try to map it together with Zainab. We try to mark the most important traumatic events in Palestinian history, and we explain that the symptoms are not the usual PTSD symptoms. We try to explain in this part the damage that is being done to the Palestinian social fabric, the internalized sense of inferiority, the poor self-concept of the individual but the collective, the envy, the mistrust, the fratricide, the femicide. You know of the terms of the house Negro and the field Negro. This classification among the people themselves, the internalization of the effects of colonization. So Palestinian trauma can best be described as historical, colonial, cumulative, collective trauma, which is cross-generational. It passes from one generation to another through the narrative, through the attachment style, and through epigenetics as well. And so the classical interventions in trauma will not be suitable for this kind of trauma. We need to create different collective tools that include not only self-care, but community care, healing spaces, listening groups, advocacy, resistance, culture, spirituality, global solidarity, and searching for truth and justice, because justice has a healing effect. And without justice, accountability, there will be something missing in the treatment of historical trauma. Why not a Nuremberg for Palestine? Why not a Nuremberg? We also complexify the thinking of trauma, where we don't see people as either traumatized or resilient. We see that trauma is taking multiple layers at the individual level, family level, community level, and the whole society. And yes, we acknowledge that there are many negative psychological sequelae for trauma, but sometimes there are sequelae that cannot be necessarily categorized as positive or negative, and occasionally there is post-traumatic growth and adversity advanced development that develop in an individual, but also can cross from one generation to another. And one thing that has been helpful for me to think of over the past 2 years is to always remember that Palestinians went through this 70 years ago, and we survived. And this has not affected our humanity, our capacity to contribute effectively to the human life and to the human fabric of our society and other people as well. We are doing a lot of community work in Palestine. Specialized professionals like myself train less specialized professionals like medical doctors, midwives and nurses, teachers, clergy. But also we are doing a lot of work because we believe that the community is medicine in times of atrocity. We believe that human evil can be treated by human compassion and kindness. And we bear in mind, it's easy to say, if we only provide individual therapy for people and people don't come, it's easy to say, yeah, there is a lot of stigma in the society and people are ignorant and they don't come to therapy. But we always need to remind ourselves of the availability of services, the accessibility, the awareness, the affordability, and the appropriateness, the cultural appropriateness, the contextual appropriateness. We should not only think of evidence-based science, but also of and statistical validity. We also should think of political and cultural validity of the services that we provide to people and how acceptable they are to the community. And there is exaggeration and misunderstanding of ethical neutrality and impartiality in Western psychiatry, but in Palestine, we talk about moral engagement. We talk about the ethics of non-neutrality when it comes to torture, when it comes to political violence and genocide. And we dare to challenge mainstream mental health institutions who have kept a blind eye about Palestine. They spoke about Ukraine. They expressed their empathy with the Israelis on October the 7th, and they remained quiet, silent, mute regarding Palestine. We draw from the work of Nimisha Patel to implement a critical human right-based approach in mental health, which teaches the professional that your role is not restricted to helping a victim of torture to sleep, but you are also obliged to report on torture and to engage in public advocacy against torture in the community. So in brief, this is how we practice liberation psychology in Palestine. It shifts focus from individual adaptation to collective transformation and views symptoms as politically produced, not private failures, encourages professionals to move from neutrality to ethical engagement, from trauma-informed care to healing-centered, justice-centered care, from an event-based model to a context-based and liberation-focused understanding. It shifts from cultural competence to cultural humility, meaning learning and self-reflection for the practitioner, awareness of privilege and power dynamics, respect for clients' cultural meaning and narratives, partnership, not paternalism, and links all of that work to justice. And this is what we have been practicing in Palestine, teaching people in Gaza and the West Bank this kind of practice, what do you take from these colleagues? Palestine is just one example of extreme violence and colonialism. It's a mirror. What is happening in Palestine is not unique. It's a mirror of global structural violence, and colonial logic persists in refugees, racial and marginalized contexts. You will find some of these themes relevant to your practice in your own field. And I hope that professionals should consider decolonize their theories and the ethics and the practice of our profession. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you very much, Samah Jabra. Please, Zainab Hinnawi.
I think all the audience hates anyone who speaks after Dr. Samah because no one gets enough of her. Me neither. My presentation is, do you hear me? Hello? Okay. Yes. Is that better? Okay. Yes. My presentation is titled Self-Care Practices in Times of Genocide. You know, in the last, in recent years, many NGOs are investing a lot of money to train their employees about how to take care of themselves. So they hire us to teach them how to do relaxing, breathing, mindfulness, sleep hygiene. We encourage them to go to the gym, to make exercises, and of course, you know, all of the rest of that. But in terms of genocide, it's a little bit different. While the strikes are ongoing, while the bombardments never end, we question the efficacy of such self-care practice. Okay. Okay. What is silent, right? What's silent? We have to remind ourselves that the kind of stress that calls for self-care is totally different in times of genocide, like in Gaza. It is extreme fear of being the next victim. Why Western self-care practices didn't work in times of genocide? First, depoliticizing distress. So they are ignoring that this distress, this pain, is not as a result of the political violence. It's a result of the siege and the continuous genocide. It's individualizing responsibility. So this is your problem. You have to take yourself away from the community, fix yourself, and come back to us. Commercializing self-care. There is a lot of talk now about retreats, about perfumes, about some kind of candles that you need to buy in order to take care of yourself. And of course, you know, in times of genocide, no one can do that. Neglecting very important aspects of resilience like community, culture, and spirituality. Even under genocide, there were no reported suicide attempts. We contacted our colleagues in Gaza, and they said they have faced no one single suicidal attempt. Let me tell you very briefly this story. There was a man who came to mental health professionals saying that he has suicidal ideation, not a suicide attempt. Because he was sitting in the north part of his house, his wife and children were sitting in the south part of the house. There was a strike, and his wife and children were all killed. So he has that suicidal ideation, and he went to see a mental health professional. He worked with him, and he improved in a very good way. After a couple of months, he was sitting on the beach and was killed by a strike. So he was killed with his hoe. Let's go back to the slides. The reality that there was no one single suicidal attempt during the test site tells us something very profound, that people under extreme horror didn't give up on life. They found their organic way to care, to hold on, and to ground themselves. But their self-care practices didn't come from the Western tools or wellness trends. Let's explore together, how could they ground themselves? I have found three main themes that fall under this category. First, spirituality. Spirituality is a core pillar of self-care. When people are very vulnerable, they connected themselves with the higher power. They prayed, they supplicated, and they found comfort in faith. When we hear a woman who just lost her child saying, "Inna lillahi wa inna ilayhi raji'un," we belong to Allah and to Him we shall return. When people believe that this is not the final meeting, that there will be another eternal meeting with the people that we lost, that all helped them to ground themselves. Spirituality was not a private escape, but a communal force of steadfastness, or sumud as we name it. It's a way to stay alive with dignity, meaning, and connection. The second theme is caring for others. While the traditional ways of self-care ask you to withdraw yourself from the others and to take some deep breaths, to go to gym and to practice sleep hygiene, caring for others was a very important pillar for self-care. We couldn't have self-care separately away from community care. It is considered as selfishness. Person who does that, you will be selfish. Offering care, sharing food, comforting a neighbor, helping a child, or simply staying present with others became a way to reclaim agency and restore humanity when everything else was being stripped away. In these moments, caring for others was not separate from self-care. It was how people kept themselves alive emotionally, spiritually, and politically. These photos are from Gaza, taking care of each other. The third theme is self-care through collective. Self-care is not only personal, it is learned and practiced together. And because the cause of stress is collective, it makes very sense that the self-care through collective being very effective. And it also aligns very perfectly with the Arabic Islamic virtues. As we learned from liberation psychology, we have to build on the virtues of the community, like takaful, tarahum, compassion, and taking care of each other. This is a video of a group of doctors singing together national songs. I hope the video will work. And here's another example. The voice is very... Yes. Thank you. Song is not very clear. Briefly, he decided to teach children and adolescents to use a musical instrument in types of jazz. I will end my presentation by a text from our colleague, Dr. Saeed al-Tahlout. He's in Gaza, titled, "This is how I kept hope and never let it go." He's a psychologist and writer. I planted a basil seedling, I care for it and it cares for me. I stay up beside it through the long nights. Yes. Yeah. Through the long nights of displacement. I read my writings to it, it uploads me, it listens with me to the news whenever the weak radio signal allows half a broadcast. How stingy our airwaves have become. I hope this seedling will one day become a field of basil. I rescued a cat from a group of boys, victims themselves, who tried to release their sorrow on her cradle. I gave her a corner in the tent, lined it with cotton and compassion. Then she gave birth, and now I gave grandchildren. I have grandchildren. I'm the youngest grandfather in the camp. I sing with children of the camp inside the tent. We tell stories every Friday, and I cheer with them, for them, and because of them. I can still listen to Kulthum and still memorize the wish verses. Do you not memorize a little poetry to stop the massacre? I befriended the flies. We agreed that I wouldn't kill them as long as they didn't bite me. And if that insect betrayed our deal, I would remain loyal. I don't betray. I made a sieve to clean the sand in my tent every day. The sand is fairly clean, but I still sift it whenever I can. It's oddly satisfying and worth the effort. I have not missed a single day of work. I taught 40 books and saved their lines, ideas, and heroes alive from being burned. I stored them in my memory, already heavy with the details of war. I repaired my cracked mirror 80 times. I still see myself as beautiful, despite 1,000 fractures reflected back to me. I can still write, scream, and pour all of my pain into ink and words. I've written 2 books and I'm waiting for the right circumstances to publish them. I have given much hope to my patients. One of them once told me, "War is a curse, and you are its blessing." Another said, "You are my arm." The war had taken us. I remember that whenever I grow weary. I look at the sky and see that it's so much larger than the swarm of planes bombing our tents with tons of nothingness. Whenever I find a box of colors on a street stall, I buy it and give it to the first child I meet. The wonder and joy on their face straighten my back and make new hope grow within me. I've gotten used to bathing in cold water. At first, it was painful and unpleasant, but now it's refreshing and even beautiful. I've accepted the idea that I may be the next victim. Each time I survive an explosion, I cross the road as a survivor. I take off the robe of the victim and say,
It's worth continuing. I still have bread, ink, love, stories, and experience to pay. Share the experience. Let's learn more. Thank you.
For the meaningful testimony. And I love the word testimony. Yesterday, وائل الدحدوح, the Gaza journalist, used a lot this term, and I love it because it has a lot of meanings in Arabic. Now I introduced Dr. Wael Al-Gharnawi, who will give us a speech with the title Fanon and the Rest of the Sea. It's a, and non si sente. Prova, meglio. Okay, so while Al-Gharnawi will introduce the speech Fanon and the Rest of the Sea. It's a very nice title because for Italian speakers it's Fanone e i dannati del mare. E Fanon ha scritto un libro che si chiama I dannati della terra ed è molto interessante perché while lavora appunto sul tema while works on the theme of migration and especially on the migration from Tunisia, which is his country of origin, and one of his books is Harraga that deals, in fact, with this question, with the rest of the sea that try to pass this invisible but lethal border. He's a Tunisian clinical psychologist, psychoanalyst, and writer, works at the University of Paris and Susa in Tunisia. His research focuses on the psychological consequence of migration, exile, and border policies. Since January 2020, he has been teaching sociology at the University of Le Havre, Normandy. He conducts research on migration policies, processes of borderization, and their impact on the political subjectivity of migrants from the global south. In 2021, he founded the Border Studies Research Group at the Center of Anthropology of the University of Sousse, where he has been teaching since 2016. He has published texts and articles on institutional racism and on the physical dimension of colonial and post-colonial violence. His work highlights the need to decolonize practices of care and to develop a critical approach to Western psychiatry. Please, slide.
Thank you very much, Alia. Thank you, Alia, for the presentation, and thank you for the Department of the Psychology for the invitation and the Order of the Psychology and all the organizers and the activists and all the friends. I'm happy to be here today to share with you the consequence of the borders in the other reefs of the Mediterranean, because in general, clinical psychologists or psychiatrists or people who work with migrants here, they concentrate their work about the question of how to integrate migrants, how to control migrants, how to help migrants. But in general, they never ask why migrants come here. So I maybe will answer this question: why the migrant be migrants, or why people will be migrants? So today, Tunisian youth, like many young people across Africa, live within a profound existential paradox. Here's to a revolution that once promised freedom and dignity, they now find themselves trapped in a space that is increasingly restricted, monitored, and fragmented by Euro-Tunisian migration policies. Immobility has become not only a social condition, but also a psychic and political one. In this talk, I want to question the link between immobility, borders, and the meaning of life among young Tunisians, known as Harraka, Bruciari, those who burn borders and papers in search of freedom. Through a clinical and socio-anthropological approach, I will show how the Schengenization I will speak about, I will define what's Schengenization, of mobility has produced trauma, desire, and blocked subjectivity, reshaping how young people relate to themselves, their future, and the world. Schengenization and the humiliation of immobility. Since the Schengen Agreement, the border is no longer only at sea or at Lampedusa, it now lies inside Tunisian society itself. Consulates, police posts, airports, and visa centers have become zones of sorting, where the colonial hierarchy between North and South is reignited daily. Schengenization is not only about controlling movement, it is also a moral and symbolic regime, deciding who deserves to move freely and who must remain still. Before 1995, Tunisians moved regularly and legally. Since the creation of the Schengen space, mobility has become associated with death, mourning of the families, and forced migration. This is important book of Ilaria Giglioli. She speak about his thesis about the link between Sicilia and Tunisia before the colonization and how the colonization of France is separated the two part of the Mediterranean between south and north and decided to define where is the south and the north of the global north and global south, the borders. So this with Schengen, before Schengen, we don't have a death and disappearing migrant in Mediterranean, but after 1995, we start to see the pictures of death and the disappearing and the family, especially suffering of mourning, complicated mourning, or deuil suspendu, compliqué, pathologique, because they don't have the body and or information about their son, and they develop a lot of symptoms. I write about it that like they don't eat the fish is one of symptoms. They have cauchemar, trauma, insomnia, and a lot of type. And it's the big symptoms. It's the destruction of the links between family. When the migrant or the son, the disappearing not here, his pictures take the place of all the home. So he will be like a phantom in the home, and no fiesta, nothing, no happiness in the family before the coming of the disappearing. So this is a family of some pictures of these families. And during until 1995, every prohibition awakens a deeper desire. So the visa refusal epitomized this humiliation, and the well know when we ask for the visa, we have answer is the motive number 9 in the consular. So because before we don't have a visa, but after Schengen, we have, if we want to go to Europe, we have to ask for the visa. So this is number 9. This is the majority of the time, this is the only response of the, this is the real document from the consular of France. And what they said, I translate, motive 9. Your intention to leave the territory of the member states before the visa expired could not be established. So they diagnostic the intention. Behind this administrative phrase lies a moral judgment. The consulate claims the right to evaluate not the document, but the will of the person, their sincerity, their credibility, even their morality. It's not just the file that it judges, but the intention itself. This bureaucratic act reproduces a colonial gesture where the European decides whether the non-European is trustworthy. These repeated denials wound the self. They transform the administrative refusal into a symbolic disqualification. These pictures traumatize Tunisian and North African. These repeated denials would wound the self. They transform the administrative refusal into a symbolic disqualification. You are not credible. You are not worthy of movement. That is what I call the trauma of immobility. When I searched the origin of itself, of this self-deprecating interpretation following a visa refusal, I found it in the racism and colonial theory of the Alger psychiatric school. Fanon and the colonial condition, this feeling of inferiority was already described by Fanon, who analyzed the forced mobility of the colonized subjects. Yes, I will show you the hierarchy that the mobility creates between nationality. Is the quote of Fanon, I will learn what he said. The first thing the native learns is to stay in his place. I dream that I'm jumping, swimming, running, glamping. During colonization, the colonized never stops realizing himself between 9 o'clock in the evening and 6 o'clock in the morning. He moves when he sleeps because he represses his viatoric pulsion. Gerard Haddad speaks about the viatoric pulsion, our instinct to move. And again, Fanon said, in the colonialist perspective, there must always exist on the occupied land a minimum level of terror. Policemen, racist administrators, and settlers weave a very tight network within which the native feels literally immobilized. And he said also again, the immobility to which the colonized is condemned can only be questioned if colonized decided to end the history of colonizations, to bring into existence the history of the nation, the history of decolonization. These words still resonate today. The same psychopolitical structure of subsistence that once defined the colonial hospital now defines the European consulate. The immigrant, like the colonized, it's not believing. He will, his reason, his sincerity are put on trial. The trauma of immobility describes an internalized experience of being blocked without visible violence, but through an accumulation of small denials. It's a diffuse trauma, chronic and invisible. This forced stillness produces feeling of impotence and emptiness. The future is no longer imagined in time but in space, always as well. The word harga, literally to burn, becomes a metaphor to burn burdens, to burn papers, but also to burn shame and stagnation. Migration thus appears as a symbolic therapy against meaninglessness, a way to turn suspended existence into a heroic narrative, the story of the Haraga who dared to cross the forbidden line. This is an example of the trauma of immobility, and this is example of the trauma among Tunisian teenagers, and this about the trauma of family immobility. And I have the article about these questions. You can see this, found this article. It's about family have a son and married, and he stay in Paris. And when their son have a baby, and they want to go there, and he have nationality also, French nationality. He invite his family, but his family was refused the asking of the visa. And so it's like I write this article to show how the visa destroyed the links between community. So you make everything to help your son to make studies, to go in Paris and to stay there. And when he have a good condition, he can invite you, hospitalize you. And this is this example, they cross all the society. When you have a thesis in doctora, you study in Paris or in Rome, and when you want to invite your father to be present, it's not possible. If you are in love with your girlfriend from Tunisia, you invite her, it's not possible. All the form of links, of affective links, it's forbidden. So this is a simple thing, visa, but it's like what's happening in Gaza, but with the war and things. But this, we forbidden you to come, and you will pay money to 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 death in the sea, or to destroy your links with your family. So this is my hypothesis about these questions. So this harga is rooted in a desire of the West, désir d'Occident, a desire shaped by decades of post-colonial imagery. The West appears both as salvation, as a danger, success and alienation. The desire is not merely economic, it's libidinal and identitarian. Young Tunisians grow in imaginary relationship to Europe, nourished by media, films, and story of those who made it over there. Yet this desire collides with that psychoanalysis Paul Laurent Assoun calls the prevented subjectivity, la psychanalyse du sujet empêché. You can find this article, it's very interesting. The incapacity to act upon one's own destiny. Migration policies, social control, and precarity produce a sense of suffocation. The young Haraga burners became a subject torn between the desire to be and the impossibility to act. Gabonese scholars Ferdinand Zita, Odon, and Gunn speaks of an absence of administrative immunity. The administration's selective power to protect somebody and rejects others. This hierarchy continued beyond the border in the form of radical anxiety, the constant tension of being seen through racialized eyes. To be seen as Arab, Muslims, migrant, is to be immediately positioned as subordinated or suspicious. Also, writer Douce Dibondon calls, in this last publication, is a book, very interesting also, calls this the racial burden, le poids racial, the invisible weight that forces racialized subjects to adapt, to silence themselves, to over-control their gesture just to survive. For many young migrants, Harga does not bring freedom, it brings a new kind of alienation, an inner exile. So maybe I will finish with a small case studies, if we have the time, just 5 minutes. Let me briefly share the story of Nadim, 23 years old from Sousse, a construction worker who had managed to become self-employed. He seemed fulfilled until his cousin married a Swedish woman and left for Stockholm. From that moment, Nadim caught what he calls the virus of the West. He sold his tools, stopped working, failed several times to leave, was scammed, but after 2 years finally burned the sea and reached France. He told me, there at least I can breathe. Even if I have nothing, here I couldn't not longer breathe. Nadim's story shows how the desire to live spreads like a psychic contagion. The virus of the West circulates into working class neighborhoods, among students, in coffee, on social media, creating a collective imaginaries of salvation through escape. From individual trauma to collective wound, Nadim's case reveals that the trauma of immobility is not only individual, it's a collective and structural. An entire generation lives in the gap between the openness of the digital world and the closure of the physical one. Europe functions as both object of desire and source of frustration. Departure become an initiatory trial, a proof of existence. If I live, I exist. If I stay, I'm dead. The border is not just geographical, it's symbolic, the place where global inequality and psychic suffering enters. The Harga is not an irrational act, it's an existential response to immobility. Forced with closer borders, social stagnation, and political despair, young Tunisians reclaim their agency through translation. But this pursuit of freedom often leads a new form of vulnerability, racism, precarity, exile, and death. The story of Nadim illustrated this passage from the trauma of immobility to the trauma of exile. Between confinement and wandering, between survival and recognition, Tunisian youth still strive to give meaning to their lives in a world where freedom of movement has become a privilege. And to finish with Fanon, it's like the coloniality has a discourse in parallel. So we colonize you because you are uncivilized, and if you will be civilized, you have to accept our condition of coloniality. And no, we don't accept your demand of the visa or your access in Europe because you don't have the goodwill, the good volunteer. You are not civilized. And if you want to be civilized, you have to come to Europe and work like crazy person all the time to have the papers and the nationality. And and the refusal of visa have a discourse also in parallel. So if your visa is refusal, you are not civilized. If you come to Europe, you are civilized, and you have to make effort to work a lot all the day to have a nationality. So, and the difference between civilized people and uncivilized people is to have a papers, so document. A red passport for civilized and the green passport for civilized. And now we see a big flow of immigration to Canada. All the family take their sons, and the middle class and bourgeoisie class, they take their family and they migrate to Canada, and they hope to have papers for their son when they grow up. So thank you for your attention. And I hope to say war is about because the externalization of borders and the financial of European Union to our president after this memorandum. Now we have a lot of prisoners because they are solidar with immigrants, and all them is president of association solidar with migration in Tunisia. All of them is in prison now and without judgment since 2 years. So it's the situation about migration and solidarity. We can't approach a migrant in Tunisia, you go to the prison. So it's very complicated, and this is the condition of the camp of Sfax and other. Thank you very much.
I think it's very interesting the discourse on Argats, and I add just something because you make me think about it. While coloniality is, in my opinion, repressed in Europe and in northern countries, I think in our no, it's suppressed here. It's done the coloniality. So what remains, and also the colonial history, is suppressed in the northern parts of the world. It is repressed in our country. I think it's interesting, and maybe you can spend then some words at the end when we will have the session for the dialogue to reflect on the repression of our colonial history from the point of view of because I think it's an important element for the alienation of the desire that we saw in the migration. So thank you very much. Now a very interesting news. We have a coffee break. So 10 minutes of pause, then we'll come back with the speech of Professor Basale. Thank you very much. Guys, welcome back, everyone. I will start by introducing Professor Basale and her speech, Surviving in Parts, Reflection on Palestinian Scars and Genocidal Injuries. Basale is a professor of anthropology at the University of Bologna. She was a full professor for many years in the School of Oriental and African Studies in London, and she directed the Center of Migration and Diaspora Studies there. Her research focuses on gender, migration, and refugees, with particular attention to Palestine and the Arab Wars. Her scholarly work, including books and numerous essays, centers on decolonial feminism, political affect, and postcolonial justice. She is a member of the Executive Committee of Insaniyat, the Society of Palestinian Anthropologists, and she participates in international activist networks on decolonization, human rights, and freedom of movement. Her only book in Italian is Musulmane Rivelate, Donne, Islam e Modernità, was awarded the Postale Prize in 2009.
Thank you.
Please.
Thank you very much, Alia. It's so nice to be teaching in this university and for the first time giving a paper in a context where someone pronounces my quite easy name correctly. It's quite kind of an experience for me because normally it's always someone else introducing Arab names. But I'm very happy to be here. I'm very grateful for those who spoke before me and for all the insights that all the organizers, the amazing women and men, new generation of scholars have brought to this to this university in the shape of this wonderful, incredible few days together. I must make a disclaimer. I am an anthropologist. I'm not a clinician or a psychologist. Yeah. And so my entry point in this conversation is very much from the point of view of anthropology and the work I do on narratives and in some ways oral histories and political imaginaries. And I've been working for many, many years now on refugee populations. I myself come from a family of refugees, Palestinian refugees. And for the past 15 years, my main work was in relation to portraying the kind of political visions that refugees who are often seen as victims or humanitarian subjects actually bring to the Palestinian narrative, whether national or else. But today I want to talk about something that perhaps is more in conversation with what we heard before. Because in my work, obviously I've collected many narratives, and what I've noticed is that our collective history as Palestinians has been often written from the point of view of a nationalist rendition of history, a rendition that omits and erases subjective experiences, but also traumatic memories. So very little attention has been paid, or this is something that has been only recently readdressed, to the subjective and gender histories and narratives when these do not conform to the national narrative or to mainstream registers of narrating or of witnessing. So my premise and the project I've been invested in for many years now is one that attempts to rewrite our collective canvas by centering the ways in which our lives and memories have been permeated, as we heard very eloquently, by cumulative intergenerational colonial traumas. I want to center what I think is a very clear when we are interested to hear, these silences, these traumatic memories in the kind of the ways in which very often, when we are interested in these, the way people narrate because of the traumas that they've been subjected to is very much inhabited by silences, by fractures, by personal memories and experiences which are often also seemingly apolitical or very ordinary, but that in my view constitute the bedrock of survival, of a politics of presence, and of a politics of care and repair, as the title of this workshop is about that. For a population that, as Sama has underlined, and Zainab as well, has seen no end to the violence, to the genocide, which was incremental before and is now of such ferocious intensity, and no reparation. And so for whom violence, displacement, and loss has been historical and ongoing. So basically, I'm interested in the intertwined relation between the ordinary and the eventful, between the mind and the body, between madness and sanity, terror, care, and repair. You might wonder where the title of my talk comes from, and this is a quote from We Survive in Parts, Surviving in Parts, from an interview that the late novelist, Black African-American Toni Morrison has given many years ago, where she is asked by a journalist, how do you survive? How do we survive in whole in a world that is so violent for you as Black African Americans, but also in the light of your history of abjection? And she responds quite, I don't know if some of you might have seen this interview, it's quite famous now. She responds quite innocently, almost as if it's not prepared, that she says, sometimes you don't survive whole, you just survive in parts. And to me, this sentence, this statement, this answer is very reminiscent, is a very good entry point into the kind of issues that I want to bring to your attention and the contemporary situation of Palestinians. So let me start my talk by bringing to you some stories that I've written about and collected, and then these stories come from 1948. They are memories of women who are telling us what happened to them in 1948 during the Nakba, the catastrophe, when the state of Israel was formed on Palestinian land, and where more than 80%, 2/3 of the indigenous Palestinian population was killed or expelled, which is also, for a long time at the beginning of this genocide, people couldn't find the words to describe what is this historical moment. And some people keep saying, this is another 48. Some people say this is far beyond what we went through in 48. Some people say, like Andalib, a woman whom I'll talk about later, says, we went to sleep in 2023 and we will woke up in 1948. And just this kind of, to bring forward this sense of, as Samah and Zainab were talking about earlier, of continuity, of historical, intergenerational, constant, continuous sense of being subjected to colonial violence, to displacement, to losses. So I'm introducing you to Safsaf, which is a village that was 7 kilometers away northwest of Safad, where a woman who was interviewed by a group of us in a project of archival research, her name is Sophia Salama, found refuge. This village was attacked early in the morning of Friday, 30 October 1948 by the Haganah, the paramilitary Jewish forces. Arab armies refrained from joining the exiguous local resistance, and fighters retreated too, leaving villagers to defend themselves. The village was encircled from all sides. That night, between 50 and 70 men were shot, Palestinian men, were shot and buried in a ditch, and several women were raped and killed. Subhiya was one of the women that survived the massacre. Some time earlier, she had escaped her hometown, along with many others seeking safety from the fury of war, as Jewish forces were attacking the surrounding villages one after another. Today, we know that most villagers left out of grave fear. One terror tactic wielded by Zionist military organizations was to broadcast ghastly sounds of sirens, fire, moans, shrieks, and wailing women, forewarning what could happen should Palestinians stay put. Safsaf seemed safe, and Subhiya and her family were generously welcomed and offered shelter for what they thought would be a temporary stay. But Jewish armies would soon reach Safsaf. Amid chaos and horror and terror, and we'll come back to this notion later, Subhiya attempts to run from the imminent carnage. But the Jaysh al-Inqa, the Arab Salvation Army, is patrolling the area and sending villagers back. She will lose her leg to a landmine planted around the village. Subhiya's memory, when we talk to her, is fixed onto this moment. She is carrying Nasha on her shoulders, her sister-in-law. She needs to get her away from the shelling and the shooting fast. But Subhiya is very young and barely more than a child. She cannot bear the weight of her sister-in-law's wounded body. In this fraught moment, Nasha begs Subhiya to leave her behind and save the children, who are trapped in the house with no one taking care of them. Subhiya is thus confronted with a dramatic choice. Should she remain with Nasha or run to the children's rescue? Israel, Subhiya recalls the Jewish militias as one with the state they get on the ruins of Palestinian villages and cities was fast approaching and time was running out. Subhiya remembers leaving her sister-in-law, languishing injured on the ground alone and running to the children. She turns back to see Jewish forces stabbing Nasha in cold blood before the eyes of her mother, who dies in sorrow on the spot. So what lenses and approaches can the listener apply to such dramatic recollections of the 1948 war and of today's genocide? In The Drowned and the Saved, Primo Levi reminds us that any reliving and retelling of traumatic memories is susceptible to fraud. Where perpetrators' unconscious desire for exculpation provides incentive to deceive, victims are always absolved. Anyone who suffers an injustice or an injury does not need to elaborate lies to exculpate himself or herself of a guilt he or she does not have. Still, victims' recollections, he says, can go adrift in other ways. Reminiscence of trauma can seem numb and unconvincing when treating the most cruel, excruciating events, yet richly detailed in regard to what might appear as bizarre or ordinary moments. It is against this backdrop, specifically as far as questions of recovery and memory are concerned, that I shall situate the memories of Subhiya Salama and another survivor, Amina Badat. I would like to suggest that this should be read as traumatic memories rather than through the canon of oral histories of the Nakba. These events that the women witnessed and survived can be fully remembered only at the cost of relieving unbearable pain. And yet they cannot, within the context of Palestinian national rendition and consciousness, they cannot be forgotten. As Palestinians, they have not only endured violence, mass expulsion, and witnessed ferocious massacres, but also the erasure, their own erasure from a history that has privileged the perpetrator's point of view, a history of fraud and omission. As refugees, their plight is ongoing and their wound is still open. There has been, as has been said earlier, no recovery. But the phenomenon of trauma as it emerges in personal recollections of the Nakba invites close analysis because it both exceeds and confirms our habitual methods of historical and anthropological inquiry. Trauma, as we know, registers the force of an experience that is not yet fully owned. Recollecting trauma paradoxically elicits absolutely accurate and precise images that are largely inaccessible to conscious recall and control. In fact, to become a narrative memory, a conscious and active agent form of recalling that feed the classic canons of historical validity, trauma must be verbalized and integrated into a larger existing discourse around historical events. In the case of the Nakba, however, most often this knowledge has been framed in nationalist terms, which have been often oblivious to gendered microhistories and to the individual and hollow aspects of events. So the argument here is that if the collective story of the Palestinian expulsion has somewhat gained, increasing tension and legitimacy through the politics of counter-narrating, of providing counterfacts, of oral histories that have been framed in a nationalist rendition, the just subjective dimensions of this collective story remain largely obscure. Subhiya and Amina bring to light a hidden history of female courage, of physical resilience and creativity, in fact. When her husband makes for the border when fighting breaks out, leaving her stranded with her 2 small daughters, she pays Druze men to escort her to the Lebanese border on the backs of a donkey and a camel. With the few belongings she could salvage. I remind you that these women live now still in a refugee camp in Lebanon. Amina astutely hides her valuables, 2 gold swing bracelets, in her baby's pillow, and later bargains with Jewish soldiers who demand her gold in exchange for crossing the border and securing water for her crying, thirsty infant. Men are nowhere remembered as heroic actors, protecting women and children, as the trope goes. Rather, those not killed are tragic cowards, often running for their own safety. The husband, in this case, barring the path to families attempting to escape the carnage, the Arab army, or refusing, of course, water to thirsty children. Along the way, Amina looks out on a barren landscape of death and decay. She renders the carcass of a rotting animal with chilling precision, vividly likening worms to boiling rice in dirty, blood-stained well water, too deep to reach, and yet so precious. Amina's experience of motherhood is a sequence of losses, paralyzing grief, sheer loneliness, and waiting. Her 2 baby girls die in her arms of unnamed illnesses she doesn't know, she doesn't remember, on the interminable, years-long journey in and out of temporary shelters. We assume, from the narrative, that she is eventually somewhat reunited with her husband in exile. 2 years on, she gives birth to the first of her 5 baby boys, 4 of whom will disappear, as she uses this word, disappear, in the Israeli carpet bombing of Lebanon in 1982. Their bodies never to be found. This suffering is too painful to remember as more than a series of flashbacks. It's Amina's body that remembers. She finds herself repeating gestures made 71 years ago when caring for her ill children in the interview. She can't remember dates, she can't remember facts, she can't remember when and how. But her body remembers and repeats certain gestures. So a linear account of these events is impossible to articulate, but the visceral, frightful snapshot of her husband's brain splattered on the walls remained impressed in her memory. Another sensory metaphor, Amina relates the multiple losses and separations which have marked her life as physical disappearance, not as facts, as dates. They died and I did not see them, she says. On the contrary, Amina's painting of life in Palestine before 1948 is a lively one in pastel colors, one can say. Her early years appear as fully fledged oral testimony, differently from the kind of traumatic memory that she conveys. Providing access not only to facts in this case, but also to events and to the meaning they held in her eyes. She remembers the extraordinary life, communal life in Sheikh Danoun, where her village was. And these memories have been clearly processed and integrated in a narrative that compares the past to the present. She explains, we were living our natural life. It was a slow life. The rhythm was articulated across the rhythms of the natural world, the human and non-human life enmeshed, such as cacti and watermelons that were cared for like babies in wombs, she says. Okay, I'm just gonna go towards my conclusions. I wanted to close by reminding and bringing another close short bit of the long interview with Amina, who was 18 years old when she left her village, Sheikh Dannour, and only 14 when her parents gave her away in marriage to her maternal cousin. She guides us through her anguish. At the sight of the family coming to bring an end to her childhood, she runs away to hide in shock and shame. Nobody's interested in the little girl's feelings or desire. And everyone tells her, you want to get away with this. Her cousin wants her and her marriage is non-negotiable. Overwhelmed and possibly traumatized, Amina retreats to her childhood world with her friends, play acting the domestic life soon to consign her to real motherhood and responsibilities. Amina makes sense of her abrupt extirpation of her childhood in a manner akin to a traumatic experience. Unable or unwilling to understand the reason for her predicament, she finds relief in the knowledge that it could be God's will. I think that the reason why I brought these narratives to this workshop today is that I think that read in their own terms as traumatic memories rather than simply oral histories narrating subjective experiences of war events, Sabhiya's and Anima's accounts disrupt not only hegemonic Israeli Zionist renditions of 1948, but also they disrupt a collective and often androcentric rendition of Palestinian national history, one that focuses on the collective dimension of displacement and dispossession. In these unprocessed traumatic memories, we find seeds of what could be seen as a counter-narrative. Both Sabhiya and Amina resist making their trauma legible through the trope of martyrdom. In a reversal of the nationalist convention that renders the national trauma the loss of the country as the paradigm according to which individual histories acquire or lose meaning, and to which they can never compare, Amina asserts that nothing can compare to or compensate for the excruciating pain of a mother who has violently lost her child. And I'm concluding. In her own poetic and political lyrics, Amina says, "If I told you that my country would compare to my children, I would be lying. A child is more precious than one's own soul. A mother is not more important than her child. As they say, I'd rather wish for death to have me and to spare my child. As for my country, I could never forget it, and it remains in my thoughts, but not as much as my children. I could never forget it, and even my husband who was martyred, not as much as my children, not even my sister, not as much as my children, nor my brother, not as much as my children. My older brother who died, not as much as my children." And she starts here to cry. "And my sister died, and they all died, but none of them compared to my children. My children were born from my heart." Thank you.
Thank you very much, Bataleh. And you remind me that in Arabic, when you have a child, you become mom of, and the name of the child, or dad of. So, and I think there's a pathway also that relates this discourse of Amina with what Wael that told us about families that survived their sons. So very meaningful and interesting. Thank you. So I will introduce now another important host we have today, Simona Tagliani, professor of anthropology at the University L'Orientale, psychologist and psychotherapist, who works in Frans Fanon Center who will speak. Her speech has the title "A World Cut in Two: Still Decolonization, Consciousness and Dreams of Refugees at the End of Post-Colony." Thank you, Simone.
Thank you, Aya. Thank you.
thanks to the organizer, thanks to Remember Palestine with Frantz Fanon in the centenary of his birth. It's a pleasure to be here with you. Sorry for my broken English, and I start and I read because English is a language that stressed me a lot. So I'm sorry, I have to read today. I speak as someone who has been part of that space of care that Roberto Beneduce called the Frantz Fanon Center in the 96. The experience was in Turin and now it is also in Naples. I speak as someone who tried to learn something about myself and the other in every clinical encounter, when the clinic tries to compose what history has manically opposed and deeply turned apart. And I will take migration as a focal point from which to look at the process of the alienation and healing. I will try to enter into the experience of someone who didn't survive, nor even in parts, as Ruba as well described. Or if we want to continue to stress a little bit this image, maybe survived in little pieces, invisible parts. There is a movie made by a young filmmaker that I invited you to watch. The title is The Best of the Southern Wild, when a little child expressed the same feeling that the great Toni Morrison remembered to us. What does it mean to survive in invisible parts, little pieces of myself? So I want to focus on a break into the migrant experience when the world is cut in two steel. This is sentences written by Frantz Fanon. And I invite you to read Frantz Fanon, even when in our academic institution, nobody suggests you to read Fanon. Not here, of course, but it is not so familiar. Even our best tradition of an anti-psychiatric in Italy, as Franco Basaglia, is not even taught to young generation. So please go yourself to find the book in which we can continue to learn what does it mean to be wrecked by white supremacy, settler colonialism, apartheid system, and in which the world is cut in two. In this dark time, it is impelling to explore again the link between colonialism and migration through the lens of governance, because we are all writing and thinking during an ongoing genocide, and we are all sleeplessness, or we should be, inside a world turned again Manichaean. We are facing more and more an anti-colonial structures of feeling, because as the American philosopher and political activist Cornel West has put it, much of the world remains pre-Fanonian. Much of the world remains pre-Fanonian. And the majority of our colleagues in psychology and psychiatric science remain pre-Fanonian. We have to know this. We are a minority today. More recently, Sandeep Sen, in his Decolonizing Palestine, has underlined the convergence between anti-colonial resistance and post-colonial state power, where the post-colony stood as a kind of normalization of life inside a particular regime of necropolitics. So we have to wonder, what does it mean when post-colonially is not more a drive to the future, but something that normalizes violence? So saying otherwise, this implies to recognize the coexistence in a society between something that we used to call post-colonial and something that is still colonial, and improve our feeling of anti-colonial struggle. This is true not just in racialized society or colonial system, as in Palestine, This is true even in our society based on class inequalities. And what I think, and I see in a very rude way, is that post-colonially was a privilege of the elite and the national bourgeois, but peasant and other under-proletariat people still remain in a colonial life even during post-coloniality. So I would try to understand what does it mean to live in a system in which coexist different forms of political existence, because this is the reality of migrants. They are a kind of under-proletariat now in our society, in which everything is normalized and we have a normal life, but it's not for them. So we have to think about this coexistence of temporality and policies of human beings inside our own society. I go very far from this, and my focus will be on mental health theories and practices, because these knowledge are the one used to control population. And if psychopathology is the focal point to understand the colonial process and the migrant system today, psychiatry and psychology are the gatekeepers of all the rejected population. So in what we can call a kind of experimental governance, I like this expression, we are in an experimental governance in which there is a production of an abject other, another that we expulse, reject, and this is possible because this knowledge, psychiatry and psychology, led possible the collapsing of the pathological and the criminal into the figure of the migrant. As it was in the colonial Fanonian time, this collapsing of the pathological and the criminal was in the figure of the colonial, or the, colonized. I want to work again with you on a notion that Franco Basaglia has given to us. He talked about this figure of the refused, of the rejected. So it's something that really in the 60s and the 70s was at the core of psychiatric reflection in Italy and in Algeria, making a connection between Basaglia and Fanon. And you can find a lot of reference in Basaglia's writings on Fanon experience at Blida Genville. So our pseudoscientific knowledge has created several debasement tropes that describe colonized yesterday and migrant today as dirty bodies, linking them to filth, shit, and disorder. Medicine, and in particular psychiatry and psychology, were the best scientific, or is better to say pseudo-scientific knowledge used to transform subjects at the same time in filthy others and domesticated subjects. Let me just do a little example concerning the colonial time. There is a very interesting book written by the historian Eric Lindstrom. The title is Ruling Minds. Lindstrom, in a chapter entitled A Dream Dictionary of the World, reconstructed for us the history, the strange history of Said would have talked about a logical alliance between science and colonial power. There were a big project of the British Empire to collect the dreams of the colonized, to understand the unconscious origin of descent, and build techniques to control the other. It's a big project, and we have archives on this, easily finding on internet today, from Sudan to India, from Solomon Island to Uganda, in which there were And this is a very interesting expression used by Lindstrom, collectors of dreams. Psychiatrists, anthropologists, colonial administrators that start to collect the dreams of the colonized. Why? Because at the time, the colonial power, the colonial state, so the British Empire, thought that it was easily to repress a colonized people if we know the way in which the psychic life works and the unconscious origin of their descent, to stop and control better this descent. We cannot avoid this part of of story, even if it was not an Italian colonial history. We have to make our research on our archive. Even if it's the British Empire, we have not to avoid this history. Because if in the past, a kind of psychological treatment, the interpretation of dream, was used to colonize people, the problem for us is in which way we use treatment, in which way we use today our knowledge and our practice. Is in the past, they were used to colonize people. I will turn back on the dreams, I will say something, but my aim here is try to let you understand that if we don't take these ethical challenges seriously, we will still continue to say, at Frantz Fanon Center, we collect dreams of the migrants without understanding in which way this material can be used to reproduce violence against them. So the treatment for me, for us at Frantz Fanon Center, it's a space in which we can reproduce with other instruments and techniques violence. So for us, knowledge as a corpus of theories, but also practice, are really to be reinvented from the very beginning. Nothing has to be safe, if I can say in this way. So let me go very quickly to the core of my speech and then to the conclusion. There is another important expression used by Franco Basaglia at the time. Basaglia talked about the experience of being prey of the world. And what Well has talked to us today about? What the borders is today, or what we can call with Baliff and Rosier, regime of walls, politics. What are these politics for? They are for create the experience to be prey of the world. I want to really push you to think carefully of what does it mean to live the experience of be prey in this Manichaean world. Prey, preda. Come si dice in inglese? Prey, giusto? Preda, essere preda del mondo. Basaglia scrive in uno dei suoi saggi più interessanti sulla schizofrenia, descrivendo il caso di una ragazza figlia di contadini, tutto il suo disagio e usa le parole non diagnostiche, non la diagnosi di schizofrenia, ma usa la parola si sente preda del mondo, è preda del mondo. Te lo dico dopo perché adesso se no lo switch. Gli scritti, volume 2, l'esperienza, l'incomprensibile esperienza schizofrenica, qualcosa del genere, cioè schizofrenia e incomprensibilità nel titolo, non lo ricordo adesso a memoria. So, I go very quickly. I will not talk about singular case. I just want to share with you the fact that at Frantz Fanon Center, we collect more and more pieces of experience of this kind, to be prey of the word. I listen experience of persecution. People, migrant people who are in administrative center or other total institutions like prison, but also inside the communities or welcome centers. I listen to them when they talk about threatening looks, dreams of attack, nightmares of white car following me, and I don't know why, dreams of operators asking for family members' phone numbers to do what? Snake women infesting rooms, knives, scissors, cuts, laceration, poisoning, toxic food that can transform you in the world of witchcraft. We collected a lot of dreams and nightmares that talk about the experience of persecution, or as Basaglia said, to be prey of the world. So in my experience, not even the night is free from these nightmares of stalking, aggression, and pursuit that strongly demand interpretation. Why they want to poison me, why they are following me, why a white car is always there in my dream. Persecution is the experience of migrants and the psychological effect of the bureaucratic violence they experience on a daily basis, of the racialization of their dark bodies. This psychological persecution during the night and in the nightmares is rooted in experience at school or at the bus stop. So it has an undeniable basis in reality, but at a certain point, it starts to operate all the time, becoming the only way of interpreting any reality. So my question is, can we bring this persecution in the nightmares, which has become immaterial and imaginary, back into the public, political, social, and bureaucratic sphere? Can we replace persecution out of the minds of the migrants? Minds that revolve around any experience that has been lived and denied in the society in which they live. It must be acknowledged that at a certain point, only a doctor and an alienated migrant remain, haunted by a persecution that has grown inside the mind of migrants. When things go well, the migrant is left with professionals in mental health reception center who unfortunately only know how to silence this experience, reducing them to syndromes that are not even particularly original. Delusion mainly, paranoia, magical religious delusion, and so on. So what I want to stress is this. Is it possible to put again out of the mind of someone what was generated out of the mind, but was totally psychic invested? Because migrants think regularly, night and day, about the experience of persecution of their bodies and lives. The diagnosis used in the mental health center is a kind of anesthetic. It's something that silence. This public sphere, and just block in the mind of migrants the problem. I don't want just to stress that this work as a individualization of the problem. I really want to stress the fact that this is lived just inside the mind of the patients when we start to talk about delusion. And I want to go forward a little bit, 5 minutes, maybe more, talking you about Fanon. What Fanon has done when faced the problem of the alienation of colonized people. You can turn back to the chapter 5 of the Wretched of the Earth. There are several cases. Please find to me one in which Fanon used diagnosis. No one. The writings, the way in which he used to talk about this tragedy never refers to a psychopathological register. Fanon refused the pathological even when someone blocked only in his mind or in her mind and collapsed the great history inside of himself or herself. So Fanon's position was to refuse the pathological. And I think that today we have to choose the same path. Even when we listen to a persecution that remains just in the mind of the migrant, our real act of rebellion and revolution inside our knowledge system is to refuse to give a diagnosis. Is it possible to imagine a mental health center or a psychological setting in which we don't use diagnosis? Is it possible to refuse to write in the clinical dossier a diagnosis today? It's not possible, and not for clinical or therapeutic reason, for economical reason. Because in this way, the system cannot recognize your work. So you see, we are prey to of a kind of box in which we cannot replace out of the mind of someone, so to say, the place in which the symptoms was born, the social, the political scene is problem. And so if we still continue to work in this way in the public mental health care center, we will just continue to reproduce violence on migrants. I thank you for your attention and sorry for my broken English.
Thank you very much, Simona. I think you opened a lot of questions, as always. This is the reason why I love you. And I think one of the interesting things you said is how you use the knowledge. Knowledge is power. And so you made me also think about psychiatric knowledge, about migrants. Mainstream psychiatry, for example, underlines how migrants have more risk of psychosis, maybe using data where they didn't directly know what is the purpose of the research because they get from the databases. So this is very interesting because it opens a lot of also ethical questions about how pathologization contributes to silence the pain and depoliticizes. So thank you very much. I introduce now our online virtual guest, Roberto De Volli. Do you hear me? I will try to reply. Maybe I will.
Roberto? Ok, aspetta, non riusciamo a sentirti. Puoi provare a parlare?
Qualcuno riesce, non so se c'è una lista.
So while we are trying to fix the online problems, I introduced Professor Roberto De Vogli and his speech that would be the West and Gaza genocide from selective empathy to effective decolonization. He is associated professor at the Department of Social Psychology and Developmental Psychology at the University of Padova. Ah, ti sentiamo.
Oh, yes.
We are hearing you. Perfect, in time. So, welcome Roberto, and I leave the work to you. Yes. Solo un secondo che alziamo un pochino il volume. Prova a parlare un pochino più forte se riesci. Ancora non perfetto. Ti chiediamo solo un secondo, proviamo ad alzare il volume. Not very, very well. We are fixing the audio. Try to speak now. Not very well. No, io non sento molto.
Fa parlare Roberto?
Sì. No, si sente questa chiamata. Sì, stavo non posso continuare.
Dov'è la cassa? Magari il microfono alla cassa. Ma l'altra era proprio
Altoparlanti, no?
proviamo adesso. Può provare a parlare, Roberto.
Altoparlanti.
Posso mettere... Non facciamo come
Non si a te, audio.
E questo era quello muto. Può provare di no?
può provare a parlare Roberto.
No, questo è il
Questo è
peggiore.
peggio.
Questo è il migliore. Il quello...
Adesso.
Prova?
Prova.
Ma in un modo molto fioco.
Provo a vedere se...
Così ancora.
La prastina.
No, ma è... Quale?
È questo.
Prova adesso. No. Questo mi sembra ancora peggio.
Aspetta, se lo mettiamo davanti al microfono.
Un'altra prova. Puoi provare di nuovo. Dobbiamo chiederti di dire varie volte prova.
Sì, provo.
Vabbè, così.
Suono qualcosa.
Come si fa?
Ok, perfetto, lasciamo fare.
Adesso si sente?
Sì, esatto, vai pure, prego.
Very good. So, thank you so much for organizing this event. It sounds like an exciting topic, and I apologize for not having the chance to be in Bologna, but it was a busy schedule. Let me start with a short story. June 3rd, 2024. Imagine receiving this message from the publisher with whom you have already signed a contract to write a book about Gaza. Dear Roberto, we are delighted that you have accepted our contract proposal for your book, Selective Empathy. However, we anticipate problems with the word genocide. Because it's a legal term with a strict legal definition, the use of this term carries legal consequences for both you and us as publishers. To avoid this dangerous territory, we would like to ask you to replace the word genocide with another term. A possible example would be mass atrocity. Is that okay? Cheers.
Cheers.
Of course, it was not okay. But it meant that I no longer had a publisher. Months later, however, at a conference in Istanbul, I read the same message to a large audience of academics and activists. And when the session ended, a tall man wearing red glasses approached me. He was my feature editor, and after briefly introducing himself, he smiled and said, "We are going to publish your book with the word genocide," and here it is. Why did I decide not to drop the term genocide? It was June 2024. Because of the overwhelming public health evidence. As I write, there have been more than 68,000 deaths, even though this is a large underestimation of mortality, and more than 170,000 confirmed injuries. In just 1 year of relentless assault and blockade, the average life expectancy in Gaza has collapsed by around 35 years, from 75.5 to 40.5. This represents the most severe decline ever documented within a single year in recent times, even more severe than the drop of life expectancy during the 1994 Rwanda genocide, where there has been a reduction of about 30 years. Israel is also responsible for the highest number of attacks on hospitals, ambulances, and schools in recent theaters of war. And Israel has massacred the highest number of doctors and medical personnel in conflict zones, and it has also killed the highest number of UN workers and humanitarian volunteers in all United Nations history. Gaza is also the largest cemetery of journalists killed in war in the world. And of course, the genocide has caused an unprecedented child mortality. An analysis published in the British Medical Journal comparing child mortality in recent urban conflicts found that while civilian casualties were significant in all cases studied, no one has seen the number of civilian deaths, particularly among children, as in Gaza, since last October. And Gaza has also the highest number of child amputations per capita in the world. Denying their genocide is like killing them second time. It is not just the overwhelming public health evidence that supports the verdict of genocide. In stark contrast to Western media outlets or mainstream intellectuals who have denied, minimized, or downplayed the scale of Israel's assault on Gaza, human rights organizations and genocide scholars all agree, and they have shown a broad consensus on the topic. There is a genocide. Even the most important human rights organizations in Israel, that published a record called Our Genocide. So in July 2025, Jonathan Montamoli, Cassandra Busita, Ilan Papay, and I published a short article in The Lancet entitled Break the Selective Silence on the Genocide in Gaza, where we discuss an open letter received over 15,000 signatures, including over 5,000 from academics, physicians, and other professionals. And the letter asked all academic associations to recognize the genocide. And indeed, the letter prompted numerous associations representing millions of members to officially recognize the genocide. The short article in Lancet received some media coverage. However, during an interview, a local radio presenter asked me, "Good work, good job, Professor, but why so late?" He was not aware that on October 20, 2023, I had written an article in the Italian newspapers in Fatto Quotidiano titled "The Massacre of Innocents in Gaza," and we accused Israel of genocide. But the piece was met with silence, outrage, and endless personal attacks. It was too much and too soon. And as the situation in Gaza worsened, however, more experts realized the severity of what was unfolding. But my question is, why has the West remained indifferent for so long to the most filmed genocide in history? Like Gabor Mate said, it's like watching Auschwitz on TikTok. I don't want to simplify the problem. There are multiple and complex factors that are implicated in this topic. Richard Horton, the editor of The Lancet, lamented the international community's failure to act in defense of Palestine, and saying there has been an erosion of compassion. But is that really the case? Survey data do not show that there has been a general decline of compassion. Moreover, the international community has shown to be very swift and decisive to solve humanitarian crises. They mobilize support, they send aid and even military equipment, and also contributed to military action. The problem then might not be a decline of compassion, but a selective manifestation. What enabled the atrocities in Gaza is not a global failure of solidarity, but a specific form of humanitarianism that does not extend to all human beings. This is why my book focuses on selective empathy, a completely neglected topic in the psychology literature. If you check on Amazon even today, you don't find any academic contribution, just a self-published short book that focuses mainly on narcissism. And so selective empathy refers to the tendency to feel compassion primarily or exclusively for members of one in-group based on race, nationality, religion, or social status. I go quickly here because I know we are on a tight time schedule. I skip this, but when looking, for example, how the West international community has reacted during the Russian invasion of Ukraine, what emerges is that he showed to be very energetic and very decisive in helping Ukraine, and this could be like a welcome move by the international community, assist a country that is assaulted by a foreign invader. But when Gaza was assaulted, and he has been assaulted for more than 77 years, even more than that, the international community remained inactive. Yet, when looking, for example, at the number of children who died in Gaza, there is a huge difference between the number of children who died in Palestine and those who died in Ukraine. There is another number that is very important to know. It's called civilian to combatant ratio. It's a metric that tells whether an army has been very careful in not targeting civilians. But for example, in the Russia-Ukraine war, only between 4 and 10% of casualties in Ukraine were civilians, and the rest were combatants. In Gaza, more than 83% of those who died were civilians. This clearly shows the difference between a war and a genocide. And yet, Russia has faced more than 16,000 sanctions. And how many sanctions faced in almost 2 years of genocide? Israel? 0. These numbers do not diminish one tragedy in favor of another, but they do demand a reflection of why empathy and action are extended so unevenly. Mass media play an important role in manufacturing selective indignation and selective compassion. Russian war crimes have been extensively documented, while mainstream media use a very different language for Gaza. For example, this is the BBC showing, basically describing the assassination of Hind Raja. This car was shot with 355 bullets, and the BBC title was Hind Raja, 6 years old, found dead in Gaza, days after phone calls for help. An analysis of New York Times coverage revealed double standards in coverage. 2 examples here, just to show. An internal memo instructed showed that the leadership of the New York Times instructed the journalists to avoid terms like genocide and ethnic cleanse. So these are double standards that reveal not just media bias, but also the silence of Western intellectuals. Why so much silence and reticence to condemn Israel in the genocide in Gaza? Noam Chomsky famously borrowed a phrase from writer and cultural critic Harold Rosenberg to describe this class of thinkers. He named them the herd of independent minds. In other words, these independent minds that are apparently free, they're actually free only within certain specific limits that should not be trespassed. So Gaza has exposed some hidden truth, media bias, cultural and society, and as I put it, Gaza has also become a more blind spot in the West eye. And yet Gaza revealed more of us. From volunteer doctors who risked their lives in what was left of Gaza's last hospitals, to the conscientious objectors who refused to join the Israel army, from the students who have set up encampments. This is the University of Padua. Some of my students participated in the encampment. To the academics who have written, protested, and struck against the genocide. Some have stood up to the Western-backed Israeli war machine. While they have not stopped the genocide, they have shown that there is another West that truly cares about equity, solidarity, and global justice. And my question is, we will ever be able to see others as if they belong to no other country? Can we move out of selective empathy? Will we ever be able to perceive humanity as a single entity where there is no other nations, because the only nation is the world? In other words, I ask myself, will the Western world ever cry the same tears for Hind Rajab as it did for Anne Frank? So this question remains now unanswered, and many have not fully. However, we show that the Gaza genocide has revealed so much about us that can be described as a litmus test for the world. And this is, for example, a very active protest against the genocide that mobilized thousands, actually millions of people. This is my last slide, and sorry if I mess up a bit at the end. I think that many have not fully grasped the consequences of what is happening. Many think that Gaza is something that does not relate to us, and many say, why do you keep posting, writing, talking about Gaza? There are so many other wars, there are so many other humanitarian crises. But Gaza is not very distant from us. Those who think so are greatly mistaken. Standing against a genocide is not just about saving lives and stopping and trying to stop a genocide. What is at stake here is humanity itself. If genocide is perpetrated with impunity and the minimum requirements of humanity are trampled on in defiance of international law, then Gaza will no longer be just a distant place. Gaza will be us, and in part, it already is. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Roberto. It was very interesting, and it's a good introduction also to the speech we'll have for the conclusion, that is about activism.
Yes, again, I want to thank all the speakers and also the people who are here. I think it was extremely meaningful. Everything that we learned today, thanks to the generosity of the people who shared their knowledge with us and connected struggles for life, dignity, and self-determination from Palestine to here, struggles that are anti-colonial struggles, and as Simona well reminded us of the migrants who burn the borders, who are struggling against a continuation, ongoing forms of colonial violence that manifest into the violence of the border regimes. So I think there are a lot of food for thoughts, but before opening the discussion with some questions, I mean, I have many, I'm sure many of you will have as well. I want to open the forum to three members of important groups who are activist groups who have been struggling against what Roberto De Volli was describing as, but was the silencing of the genocide unfolding in Gaza over these past 2 years and a few months. And so we have with us the friends from Psychology for Palestine, who is a collective of psychologists who refuse to be silent and refuse to witness the silence of our institutional organizations and professional organizations inside academia and also outside academia and the professional world, and created this collective to advocate for taking a position, for taking a stance as psychologists, as health care practitioners. And also another collective, the Colonial Medicine, who's part of a bigger organization, which is Kiskurete. And again, is a collective which was created in the aftermath of the beginning of the genocide in Gaza in October 2023. So it was 1 month after it was created, and that they advocated for the push for medical organizations, for medical academic institutions to take steps. And then we have also Marik with us. I invited them because they will speak about also some attempts here in the Department of Psychology. Marik is a representative of the PhD candidates here to also bring, to also create awareness and to push for the department to take concrete actions that we mentioned at the beginning of this seminar must be to immediately stop collaborations with all Israeli institutions, because Israeli institutions are complicit in this genocide, and if we keep maintaining these collaborations, we are supporting this genocide, and so we need to stop these collaborations. It's important because it created an incredible pressure, and this pressure then leads to to changes, and it's a concrete way to express solidarity, but also other actions, create forums in which, like today, we can discuss, introduce these issues and talk about these issues in our classes. I'm proud I have here my students from Health Promotion in the community, and we have together, we joined the initiative of Shokra Larovesh, in English. It's like upside down strike. Shokra la rovescia. I don't know. Reversal strike. Reversal strike, thank you. And that is about talking in our classes about what's happening in Palestine and Gaza, and to connect our topics to these issues. And we discussed and decided together to join this initiative. So, I mean, there are many, many, many ways that we can do that. And so also, I think it's important that Marik will share also their perspective. So without any further ado, Stefania, to you.
Okay. So I will read in English and after in Italian. Okay. No human encounter, however brief or seemingly insignificant, is ever neutral. It always leaves a trace. Anyone who acts to transform the world in such a way as to make it more responsive to human needs is a scientist and a researcher in the truest sense of the word, and is therefore a promoter, both in themselves and in others, of knowledge, coherence, and confidence, which makes them an effective source of mental health. This text is by Antonietta Bernardoni, a promoter of popular therapeutic activity, a radical political experiment in care developed in Modena during the 70s and the 80s, the years of the Basaglia struggles. Discovering this collective care experience has been useful to us in carrying forward our reflection, which we have expanded through a decolonial lens. Psychology for Palestine was born as a project of denunciation addressed to the National Council of the Order of Psychologists, demanding that it take a stand against the Zionist occupation of Palestine and the genocide in Gaza. Over time, however, it has become something else, a space where you could find a different kind of breathing room that allowed us to grow as therapists. Through dialogue with other subjectivities and by studying non-Western authors, we became aware of our limits and privilege and of how deeply colonial psychology is. We began to ask ourselves whether and how, as white people, we could carry out psychotherapy with racialized people and those with culturally different backgrounds from our own.
The answer we reached was that we could not, and that such work should be carried out by non-white therapists in line with the cultural background of the person seeking therapy. However, we recognize that the demand is much bigger than the number of therapists able to meet it. Therefore, is it important not to relieve ourselves of responsibility, but rather to understand how to welcome these needs while protecting and prioritizing the person in front of us. This also means equipping ourselves with the fundamental tool of cultural mediation, which does not translate words as mere sounds, but as meanings. From this reflection came the idea of shared readings, of meeting the community and people with backgrounds different from our own, with the goal of dwelling within complexity and learning to face it. When we asked the Order of Psychologists to take a public stand alongside Palestine and to activate psychological support for people from Gaza and Palestinians in the diaspora, we were perfectly aware that Italian psychologists was not ready to truly respond to their needs. That's why we also requested the creation of training opportunities for psychologists on migration and the colonial psychologists. These days fit precisely within this framework. We need to question the theoretical and clinical foundation of psychology as it studies in the West in order to build forms of care that do not reproduce colonial and power dynamics. As Bernardoni reminds us, help that is offered when the power relationship is unequal continually runs the risk of turning into a relationship of colonization, in which the colonizer prevents the growth of the colonized, to whom they must provide ready-made solutions that the colonized must never become capable of producing on their own, since that would endanger the very existence of the processes of colonization and of the colonizer as such. The protagonist of their own liberation can only be the subject in difficulty. Help is real only if it's managed directly by the person whose strength and capacities are being increased. Otherwise, it's the help of the colonizer. Only the creation of situation in which it's made clear that help is reciprocal can reduce this danger. Moreover, it's necessary to ensure that other forces, preferably indicated by the protagonist, are soon involved in the process of liberation. I will read it in Italian. Nessun incontro umano, per breve o apparentemente insignificante che sia, è mai neutrale. Esso lascia sempre una traccia. Chi agisce per trasformare il mondo in modo tale da renderlo più rispondente ai bisogni degli uomini è scienziato ricercatore nel senso più autentico della parola ed è perciò promotore in se stesso e negli altri di conoscenza, di coerenza, di sicurezza, motivo per cui costituisce una fonte efficace di salute mentale. Questo testo è di Antonietta Bernardoni, promotrice dell'attività terapeutica popolare, un'esperienza politica di cura radicale costruita nel modenese negli anni 70 e 80, gli anni delle lotte batagliane. Scoprire questa esperienza di cura collettiva ci è stato utile durante il nostro percorso nel portare avanti le nostre riflessioni, ampliate in chiave decoloniale. Psicologia per la Palestina nasce come un progetto di denuncia al Consiglio nazionale Ordine Psicologi per una presa di posizione contro l'occupazione sionista in Palestina e il genocidio a Gaza. Ma col tempo è diventato anche qualcos'altro, un luogo dove trovare un respiro diverso che ci permettesse di crescere come terapeute, perché ci siamo rese conto, confrontandoci con altre soggettività e studiando da autori non occidentali, dei nostri limiti e dei nostri privilegi e di come la psicologia sia estremamente coloniale. Ci siamo quindi chieste come se noi, in quanto persone bianche, potessimo portare avanti una psicoterapia con persone razzializzate e con background culturalmente diversi dal nostro. La risposta che ci siamo date è che non potremmo farlo e che questa parte andrebbe portata avanti da terapeute non bianche in linea col background culturale della persona che vuole iniziare la terapia. Ci rendiamo però conto che la richiesta è più alta del numero di terapeute che possono rispondere a queste richieste. Pertanto è importante non deresponsabilizzarci, ma capire come accoglierla nella tutela dell'interesse della persona che abbiamo davanti, anche dotandoci dello strumento fondamentale della mediazione culturale, che non traduce parole come suoni, ma parole come significati. Da qui è nata l'idea delle letture aperte, di incontrare la comunità e persone con background differenti dal nostro, con l'obiettivo di stare nella complessità e affrontarla. Quando abbiamo chiesto all'Ordine degli Psicologi una presa di posizione al fianco della Palestina e l'attivazione di supporto psicologico per le persone provenienti da Gaza e per le persone palestinesi in diaspora, eravamo perfettamente consapevoli che la psicologia italiana non fosse pronta per rispondere veramente ai loro bisogni. Perciò abbiamo chiesto che venissero strutturati momenti di formazione per psicologhe sul tema migratorio e della psicologia decoloniale. Queste giornate si inseriscono proprio in questa cornice. Abbiamo bisogno di mettere in discussione le basi teoriche e cliniche della psicologia che studiamo in Occidente per poter costruire pratiche di cura che non ripropongono dinamiche coloniali di potere. Infatti, come ci dice proprio la Bernardoni, l'aiuto che viene prestato quando il rapporto di potere è dispari corre continuamente il rischio di trasformarsi in un rapporto di colonizzazione in cui il colonizzatore impedisce la crescita del colonizzato, al quale ha bisogno di fornire soluzioni già pronte, che però il colonizzato non deve mai diventare capace di produrre in proprio, in quanto metterebbe in pericolo l'esistenza dei processi di colonizzazione e del colonizzatore stesso in quanto tale. Protagonista della propria rivoluzione, della propria liberazione può essere esclusivamente il soggetto in difficoltà. L'aiuto è reale soltanto se viene gestito in prima persona dal soggetto di cui aumenta la forza e la capacità, altrimenti si tratta dell'aiuto del colonizzatore. Soltanto la creazione di situazioni in cui sia ben chiaro che l'aiuto è reciproco può ridurre questo pericolo. Inoltre è necessario fare in modo che vengano al più presto coinvolte nel processo di liberazione altre forze, possibilmente su indicazione del protagonista. Grazie.
Thank you very much to Psychology for Palestine. I think that we need more and more activists today. So I start speaking about my experience with the colonial medicine, and I start citing Charles Darwin, that everyone I think know. But I think that you don't know that he wrote these two lines. In a not very distant future, if measured in centuries, the civilized races of humankind will almost certainly exterminate and replace the savage races all over the world. Charles Darwin from The Descent of Man, 1871. Together with colleagues, since the beginning of this genocide in November 2 years ago, we have launched with the Healthcare Workers Association Psicologia the campaign Decolonial Medicine. It was born for the need to reflect on what kinds of thoughts and practices health workers might bring forth in the face of the extermination of a people. It is not an initiative for Gaza or for Palestine, because Gaza does not need saviors, but first and foremost a process of self-awareness for those of us living in the global north, and secondly an act of solidarity with the Palestinian people and with all of those who are marginalized and crushed by colonialism and coloniality. We seek to build forms of healing knowledge that dare to question their own role in either maintaining or dismantling structures of oppression, and that expose the illusion of the so-called neutrality behind which complicity with the existing order often hides. Decolonial medicine in this sense is not a slogan but a path to radical rethinking of how we care, for what position we do, from what position we do so, and which life systems of care deem worthy of living and of being healed. We started from a reflection on truth, on what was really happening during the genocide in Gaza. At the very moment when a genocide was beginning and yet being denied, while we were looking at the photos of the people burned alive, our news broadcasts were obscuring, censoring, and distorting reality. And so incredibly, health workers found themselves documenting as journalists what was happening. We needed to anchor ourselves to what was actually unfolding, while the very reality, the real that Lacan speaks about, was breaking into our screens, seemed besieged by the colonial ghosts of denial. After an initial phase in which we felt that before any reflection, it was necessary to build a platform that would allow us to see this real breaking in our life, we started, sorry, I lost the life. We started to fight this colonial numbness we were facing. We deemed it essential to go further and begin to look at the suppressed history of Western medicine. We started to think about the appropriation and erasure of traditional and indigenous knowledge, its experimentation on racialized and feminized bodies, and its creation of diagnostic categories that have often reflected social norms more than biological realities. Examples include diagnostic categories invented by American physician Samuel Cartwright, such as drapetomania, the supposed mental illness that caused enslaved black people to flee their masters, and dysesthesia ethiopica, the presumed mental disease typical of undisciplined and semi-civilized enslaved Africans, characterized, according to him, by laziness, insensibility to pain, negligence in work, and disrespect for authority. The same categories Wael was showing us now applying on North Africans in France and in Italy. Another case is that of Marion Simpson, often called the father of modern gynecology, who conducted gynecological experiments on enslaved black women in the southern United States without anesthesia and without consent. Women such as Anarcha, Lucy, and Betsy were subjected to repeated surgeries, Anarcha up to 30 times. According to historical records, Sims justified the absence of anesthesia by claiming that black women had a higher tolerance for pain than white women, a racist prejudice rooted in slaveholding ideology and colonial medicine, which in various forms continues to influence clinical practice today. Recent studies show that black patients are still prescribed fewer analgesic and pain treatments. Only after perfecting his techniques, Sims applied them on white women with anesthesia. In the present day, different Italian studies have shown that the likelihood of being physically restrained in psychiatry wards increased for migrant patients. In Bologna, just in Bologna, in one of the hospitals of Bologna, if you are a migrant, you have the double risk to be tied to your bed. And I hear the word, let's do some transcultural psychiatry in front of black men tied to the bed. So we see how these ghosts are inhabiting today our healthcare systems. The consequence that colonialism and the ongoing structures of coloniality have produced within the medical and the scientific knowledge are multiple: epistemical, sociopolitical, economical, clinical, and cultural. They have established a hierarchy of knowledge in which only Western medicine is deemed legitimate, while local and indigenous knowledges are delegitimized and pathologized, a form of violence acting not only on bodies but on thought itself, redefining what is considered scientific or true. The imposition of a Western colonial model has spread a hegemonic conception of health, illness, and the body, eroding traditional symbolic frameworks and producing processes of identity alienation. The same logics are reproduced today in global mental health programs, where intervention by wealthier nations often perpetuate economic, cultural, and epistemic dependency, reinforcing the power of those who heal. Recognizing that experiences of care and exclusion vary according to gender, racialization, class, ability, and citizenship is the first step toward breaking free from practices that reproduce the very structures of violence they claim to oppose. Acknowledging the colonial nature of medical knowledge means taking a stance. Health is never neutral. It is traversed by power relations that determine who can be treated and who can be abandoned. Hence the importance in our work of a collective process of self-education aimed to make our clinical practice more conscious, ethical, and transformative. Thank you.
Thanks to everyone who has still here, and thanks for all the colleagues that speaks before me. As Francesca told before, I'm one of the PhD representative at the Department of Psychology here, and together with my colleagues as PhD students and postdoctoral fellows, during the last months, especially for the protests that have been going in Italy, we start a discussion together as the most precarious people in academia, let's say, because PhD students and postdoctoral fellows are the most precarious at the moment in academia. And we start a discussion together to find a way to be active in our department, to find a way to make visible the genocide in the department, and especially also in the Department of Psychology. Psychology in Italy, I think is, we don't have a big critical psychology tradition, I will say personally, and has future, we hope, academics or future researchers, we thought it was very important for us to speak up clearly about the fact that we, as future researchers, don't want to be silent during the genocide. So first of all, we joined the national strike in Italy as PhD and postdoctoral students. We left a statement here at the department, and we also start discussion and conversation among us that arrived to, let's say, a letter or request that we did to our department asking to be, to stand with us in working in, as also Francesca said, starting to make a clear statement against the genocide and also start boycotting the collaboration with the Israeli institutions. We also asked the department to start to support events like this one that we are conducting, and we think that this should be just the beginning for us as psychologists, because when we start studying this discipline, we start for support and help people that are in a disparity condition. Let's say like that, and we are in this, let's say, in this situation as precarious researchers, that we would like to do social justice informed research. We would like to have a decolonial approach. We would like to dismiss neopositivism approach, and we would like to left behind the publish or perish imperative that we are asked to have, because we also recognize that the evidence, the so-called evidence-based approach, as a way to neutralize the colonialism, the sexism, the cisgenderism that our discipline still hold in a way. So also as PhD postdoctoral fellows, we will host a seminar on Friday morning, also thanks to Dr. Jabre and also Dr. Garnaoil, because we would like to continue a conversation that will give us the tools and the perspective will help us to improve our decolonial perspective in doing psychological research. Because this request we asked to the department, that should be just the beginning in create a new space in Italian psychology that will be less white. There will be a space for other students that coming from other background, and so this is for us, let's say, a way to use our small privilege, but our position in the department to call also for the collaboration of professors, the head of the department, and use our voices to not say in silence during this time. So thanks. This was a lot of it.
So I know it's very late, we're a bit beyond the time, but just I want to give the opportunity, like, to collect a few questions. Maybe we will just sit around, because I know, I mean, there probably will be many. So, and also there are students here, I think it's important. So, yeah. Very briefly, we'll give 15 minutes and then we'll close, because fine with you. So, any question, comment, reflection, anything you would like to ask?
Mila. Okay.
Here. Very
I just wanted to make a comment about earlier when Professor Roberto was talking about selective empathy. It's actually very interesting to talk about selective empathy. At the same time, I feel like there's a discourse that is not exclusive to here, but in general that personally, I feel in psychology it focuses a lot on the individual. Even social psychology has tendency to focus on the individual, but and sometimes I feel, but I don't know, I'm not talking about what the professor said, but this was my experience as a student of clinical social psychology. It's usually the analysis feels like they're lacking some political context. Like, for example, not mentioning any kind of manufacturing consent and talking about people as though they're whether they decide or it's not what they don't decide. I mean, yes, it's an individual responsibility, but at the same time, it is important to also acknowledge the nuance in people that is also the nuanced discourse of manufacturing consent and the propaganda machine. This is not to say that, oh my God, people are bad, but I feel like this kind of discourse kind of doesn't, it still focuses on the idea of, the abstract idea of Europe as an identity. For example, about morality, that is still approached as good, bad, or still focuses on, yes, the idea of saving Europe, saving the morality of Europe. But honestly, as someone who is not European but lives in Europe, I don't care about the morality of Europe because it's not an identity, a strict identity. It's just a part of the world, like any other part of the world. The same way as European countries, yeah, they are basically they didn't they turned their back on a genocide, but this is not just a Western issue. This is a whole geopolitical issue. It's not about the morality of some people. It's not just about morality. Of course, morality has to do with it, and having a political position right now about Palestine and sticking up is a moral position. But I feel like we need to we need to kind of stop talking about Europe as this identity to protect, but rather as just a place in the world that is a place in the world that is very important geopolitically speaking, especially the harm that it did for the past hundreds of years in terms of colonization and
exploitation, imperialism, all of these discourses. So yeah, the selective empathy in conclusion, it's actually something that is fabricated. It's not just abstract people, like good or bad. Yeah. Sorry, this is
very important points. Maybe we collect a few more questions before giving the opportunity to everyone to respond. Are there any other questions? Huh? I have a question in the meantime while others are thinking that I think it's very connected to what Simona was saying, Dr. Simona Tagliani, that was talking about how can we bring out of the minds of the racialized migrants this persecution that has been fabricated and manufactured and also imposed on them, and bring that outside. And I'm wondering, what do you think could be the role of legal codes, like, for instance, bringing these insights as clinicians, as psychologists, as healthcare practitioners in a broader sense, into places like courts, where actually people are struggling for dignity and for their truth and for justice. And this could be a way to bring out of their minds and put outside where it belongs, this persecution. So this would be my question. Any other? Can't hear. I was waiting for the group of brave students.
Mr. Colletti, question. How do you think will change? How do you think the way of doing psychotherapy will change in the far future here in this population that share a whole trauma? So they will probably have a main topic. And how do you think they can, for example, in the therapy, how do you think they can help each other? So not doing just person-to-person therapy, but also a group therapy and a group helping. Do you think it will be research? And how? Of course, it's just hypothetical. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Very good question. So let's give a brief round of responses. We start with Simona, that I know has a straight catch. Thank you.
Question, I will go very quickly. Of course, advocacy is one of our daily work at Salon Center, and but it's very important to understand that it's not just a kind of delegation to the legal worker or the lawyer, but is to stay close to people in this public sphere. So it's not just to delegate to justice something, but to stay in the room of a judge. For instance, when we work with migrant mothers who are evaluated by other psychologists as not good enough, and so they are inside the system of adoption, in which psychologists work a lot. It's really a realm in which psychologists are the main profile. So, of course, advocacy is our daily struggle, but not delegating to someone else, but to stay with the migrant in the place in which his idea of the aggressiveness of the world arrive, and to stay close to him, to live with him or her the experience. But it's not enough. It's not enough just to have a juridical juridical justice, but it's the first point, of course. And sorry, I have to go very quickly because there is a train we have to take, but I want also to dialogue with the young colleagues who built this network of psychology for Palestine. I really think that it's not time anymore for a divided world. So I think that the challenge is to build a group, a network in which Italian and other colleagues coming from other countries can work together. This is a topic that I think we have to stress a lot with this courageous young generation you are. Because I think that is not just the lack of resources, but a challenge to build a work in which I, as Italian, can work side by side with a Nigerian colleague or a Somali colleague, and we can do together our work. Fanon, a Martinican black psychiatrist, work with migrants in France, with Arab in Nigeria, cross the identity, is not obsessed by identity, cross the identity, and I think that is exactly what we have to do today.
Okay, let's question that students ask. So I will give the word to address your response or give some suggestions to your question.
I think collective trauma can best be dealt with and processed collectively. Not only for the value of work, which creates a space for belonging and for people to help each other and to regain their agency. It's also for host effects. Because in places where resources are very limited, we need to create situations where we build up and capitalize on the organic resources of the community, on the virtues of the communities. And it doesn't have to be always to take the shape of group therapy or collective therapy. I think people go to demonstrations because they want to connect with each other, because they don't want to be alone. People come to spaces like this because they believe that the collective has the possibility for synergy and for wisdom that is beyond the capacity of individual thinking. So people go for this organically, and I think this will be the future of. It's funny because the future is like before. It is the original. It is the thing that was before the individualized in Western therapy. People used to get a lot of healing value from simply connecting to friends, family, neighbors, other co-workers, and I think there are important resources in that, and we need to go back for. People need to have a purpose and need to belong. This is how they rediscover their agency. So thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Zabra and Roberto. I think the question of selective empathy was for you, so I will leave you the floor.
Thank you for the question. I think it sounds a bit like a straw man argument, and actually reinforces the reasons why nobody bother about this topic, thinking that it's just individual empathy. You're going to miss the picture that looks at the collective aspect of it. And actually, it ties also with the idea of identification with all humanity that the previous speaker just mentioned. Moving from selective empathy to identification with all humanity is something very relevant, very relevant. So on the one hand, we have a social movement working among the oppressed people, thinking about, for example, the pedagogy of the oppressed, right? But we can also have a complementary action among the oppressors, right? The oppressors can, through advocacy, do a lot of work on those Western governments that are actually responsible for a genocide. And although you don't care about empathy, if there was empathy, there would not be a genocide. So.
Thank you. Thank you. I think these are important notes to end with. I thank everyone for being here, for being generous and sharing really their knowledge and reflections. And I think we go back home with a lot to think about. Thank you. Salve, grazie.